Submit to the coordinator at NITTTR, because that's very important. It's important for the organizing institution to know the views, and also in some form those feedbacks will also be shared with us. So I think it's important for everybody. So please remember to do that. Now I have the pleasure, or a great pleasure, I would say, of introducing my very dear friend and also my colleague Pratyush Singh, who is an IT professional. He has been in the IT industry for, I think, close to 20 years. He's a young man, and he has worked with global companies, including GE and other companies. He has led teams based in various geographies. So he's used to handling global teams. He has run budgets and also generated revenues running into tens of millions of dollars at different times, and maybe more. And I think the most common thing with which he is known by everybody in our group is that he is the marathon man in our group. He runs a full marathon, and I think that's the reason why he has been very fit. He also does yoga. In fact, in the morning also he went to the lake in Chandigarh, and I was told that he was practicing yoga on the shore of that lake. So welcome, Pratyush. He will be conducting the first 3 sessions, and then in the post-lunch session, we will go to the other presentations, and then the reflections and the final session of valedictory. So the first session.
Thank you so much, Alok. So before I begin, can everyone in different centers hear me clearly?
Yes, sir. Very good morning to all. I am Dr. Niyati from NITTR Meerut.
Okay.
You are very clear and sound audible.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So welcome to the last day. And, if you truly want to gain from the session, I request you, just to be encouraged, energized, and be present. I mean, the idea is if we've come from different places and we truly want to add value to your life skills, to the different topics that we bring to the table. And these, can you just put on the mute? Yeah. And these will be effective if if you're encouraged, energized, attentive, and show effectiveness and be responsive. So ask question if you have any doubt, and I'll also try to make it very interactive. So in case if I don't get the response, I'll pick one at random. So just be ready for those. Yeah. So we'll have a fantastic time today. It's going to be intense. It's going to be with a lot of learning, a lot of examples, and a lot of exercises. Okay, so we'll begin. So the first topic is entrepreneur mindset. So we're not talking about entrepreneurs. We're talking about the mindset. Okay, so anyone in the room understands what mindset is?
Mindset is the stage of thinking, searching.
Okay. So essentially, just to give an example, someone yesterday said he doesn't believe in something. I'm not saying being specific in something. So that's the mindset, So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to understand what mindset is and what is the value of having different mindset. And then how can we, have the mindset which is conducive to an entrepreneurs? And how do we create entrepreneurs? I mean, finally, we are the builders. We are the creator of the future of the country and the world and the planet. And if we don't inspire our students strong enough, we'll not be able to create the kind of world that we want to create. So we'll discuss mindset. We'll discuss different type of mindsets. And we'll see what's the impact of the mindset, the teacher's mindset on student mindset. Believe me, I regard teachers respectfully, with great regards and respect. The reason is, I mean, if I see about my own learning, I always look back at different teachers, and I remember few handful of them, and they've made a tremendous difference to my life. They've changed my mindset. So that's the reason I regard. So this is very important, just to be aware, how we consciously and unconsciously affect the mindset of a student. We'll see to that. So if we are aware to it, we'll be able to add more value to the lives of our students. And we'll do a little mindset assessment test. And then we'll identify the key traits of an entrepreneur early on in students, and then building on those mindset, and few exercises in terms of improving the mindset. So the idea for this topic is, in the end, just make a note if you get any insight, if something inspires you of what I speak, and what action you want to take it. So insight meaning it's coming from yourself. So by hearing, you're getting some idea. So when it comes from you inspire to take action. So just make a note of it in terms of, if you get any insight while I'm talking on these different topics. And then few key takes away. And the other ground rule that I request, and this is, I'm making a special request, just have a smile over the face. They're saying that the receptivity is a lot higher if you smile, if you just be more attentive, Otherwise, look at it as, how does it look like if I talk like this? And similarly, imagine if I see the audience to be sitting like this, what effect would I have? So that's the mindset. So just continue to smile, and we'll have a great time. So the reason why this topic has been chosen is, we truly want to affect the mindset of our student, so that we can create a better world, better planet, and move the humanity forward. So the entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurs are important source of innovation, growth, and employment. Small groups of dedicated individuals have helped make the world better place. So we got to do that. And it's in our power. We are the creator of our students' life and mindset. Yeah. So the last one I want to say, this is very interesting. Muhammad Yunus, he said, all human beings are entrepreneurs. So we are born entrepreneurs. We were in caves. We were all self-employed, finding our food, feeding ourselves. That's where human history began. So we were born entrepreneurs. A civilization came in. We suppressed it. We suppressed that mindset. We became labor because they stamped us. And we forgot that we are all entrepreneurs. So we got to affect the mindset by making the constant reminders to our students. Because that's what I mean. Imagine the value it's going to create, in our student life, and the value they will have an impact on the people they're connected to. So now we get down to a mindset. I mean, while I'm talking, just assess, where do you fall in? So as we talk about the mindset, just think about it. You don't have to tell. Just think about it. Where do you fall in? Are you closed mindset? Are you a growth mindset? So if someone says, I don't believe in this, I say maybe you have not explored that. So if someone says, I don't believe in spirituality. So my question is, have you explored to the level that it can affect your mindset? It's something like that. So we'll talk about it. So mindsets are the beliefs. And the other point is, how do we form our beliefs? We form our beliefs by our associations, by our upbringing, by our parents, by our society, everything. And can it change? Yes, if we change all of these things. I'm not saying we can change some of the things like we have grown up now, but there are things that we can change. So you can change your belief system by changing your associations. So now just think about these things, and do a self-assessment. Think about your intelligence, your talent, your personality. Are they fixed? I mean, we've seen our growth, right? We were kids, we became bigger kids, we became adolescents, and then teenager, and then adults, and now we're getting into our old age, getting into the 40s and old age. So have we not seen our mindset changing? Then why do we believe that we have a fixed mindset? Okay. And the other aspect is are they dynamic? So the fixed mindset, wherein you say that your intelligence, your talents are fixed traits, okay, which is, you say they're fixed traits. The dynamic, the growth mindset, that it can be developed. It can be developed through an effort, good teaching, and persistence. And this is what our focus is going to be. What effort do we put in? What do we read? What do we do? And how we can perceive it till actually change it. So there is certainly a desired mindset that you would like to have, which is good for you, for your college, for your career, for your own well-being. Yeah. And now we'll see, can anyone tell me what's the impact of mindset?
लैब वाला आ गया वो तो नहीं आया
So you can mute them. Yeah. Can anyone from here tell what's the impact of the mindset?
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Some centers they want to talk.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You can go ahead. You can ask them.
Which center?
Which center?
Jaipur Institute of Engineering and Management, sir.
Okay. So tell me, what do you think is the impact of mindset?
Sir, in my point of view, the impact of mindset decides the first step to get into the entrepreneurship. If I'm positive regarding my company's profile, if I'm positive that I can do better, then certainly it will definitely boost my confidence.
Okay. So you're saying I'm having a mindset which is helping me start my journey into something that you want to pursue. Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. What's your good name?
Sir, my name is Atrik God, sir. Atrik God.
Akrit.
Yes, sir.
Adrik. Okay. Thank you so much, Adrik.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So the first thing is the fixed mindset. They take failures personally, treat every setback as rejections. That's a fixed mindset. The growth mindset, I'll continue to try till I succeed. I mean, today we were walking on the shore of the lake, and we were talking about, there are different books. There's one book which says The Value of No. And there were others saying there was a guy in Japan who practiced rejection. So he was collecting rejections. He would go to different places and ask for things which he was sure he would be rejected. So essentially what he was doing, he was having a growth mindset which said the yes lies in the land of no, which means that, the answer, the yes, what you want is surrounded by the no. You get no, and then you will eventually get to the yes. And then the second is a growth mindset. Think that any skill sets can be learned. Anything that you want can be learned. And this is an important trait. And we got to enable our student with this trait.
Can I ask you one question, please?
Yeah, please. Which center?
Same.
Jaipur Institute of Engineering Management, Atirik sir.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, please.
Sir, if I am a non-technical person and I want to start a technical startup, what should I do now? What should I do?
That's an interesting point. So it's again a mindset. Can I do things which I'm not capable of, which I don't have a competence of? So, it's like this. Most of the startups, if you look at the successful startups, they've been started by people who had one of the skill sets, who may not have all the skill sets. So maybe you can partner with someone who has the required skill set. And you can be complement. Let's say you are you generated the idea. You can share the ideas, and someone who is a builder or who has a technical skill can actually help you build on that idea. So have that mindset, as you said, and then see you can figure it out. And the second skill set is, as I said, you got to ask people. That's where yes lies in the land of no. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we'll see some distinction between fixed and growth mindset. Yeah. So I've said in different aspect, like he said, he wants to do a startup, and there's a challenge, which is I don't have the skill set to create what I want to create. That's the challenge. So the fixed mindset would deal it differently. Growth mindset would deal it differently. And the growth mindset, I'll find it out. I'll figure it out. I'm a figure it out guy. I'll figure it out till I figure it out. Similarly in the obstacle. So this is an obstacle, right? I want to do something and I don't have the resources. How do I figure it out? There are people who have created the organizations, who have created the career from nowhere. I mean, our biggest example, our Prime Minister of India. When he was a kid, would anyone guess that he would be a Prime Minister of India? No, right? So he had multiple obstacles. I'm just an example. We don't have to get down to the philosophy. We may disagree to what he does. Yeah. Just mute it. Yeah. And similarly, in the context of an effort, I will continue to put an effort in the direction that I believe in, that is closer to my mission till I succeed. Same in the criticism. People will continue to criticize, but do I give value to the criticism that doesn't matter to me? See, there are criticism that we need to take. That's the growth mindset, which is important and beneficial for our growth. But there are criticism that we got to ignore. And same with the success of it. We got to learn from others. It's not that I've been in the industry for a while or I've been doing it for a while, I'm better than others. No, that's the fixed mindset. I'm a student. I'm going to be a student in the last breath of my day, last day of my life. So that's the mindset, which is I'm open to learning. I learn from my own kid. I learn from strangers. I learn from driver. I learn many things. So for example, yesterday I was coming from an airport to guest house. I actually learned a lot from a driver. He taught me about Chandigarh. He taught me about the architecture of Chandigarh. He taught me about multiple things in Chandigarh. I learned a lot. So that's the mindset. So similarly, we can also learn from our students. You can also learn from your students. It's not that I'm having this title, so I'll not listen to you. I know better than you. That's the fixed mindset. So this is one of the key important skills. And I believe that you are just one or two habits away from a massive transformation in your life. If you want to do anything, you can do it. All you need to do is change your mindset. Now, this is an important one and very, very relevant, which is impact of teachers' mindset on student mindset. Now, this is a little data-oriented research. Research support the idea that educator mindset influence the way they respond to students, which in turn has an impact on students' learning outcome. And we'll see why and how, okay? So in 2012, educators with a fixed mindset about maths ability were more likely to judge students having low potential than the growth mindset. And we'll see, how by simple reframing, we can change the impact on our students. Educators with a fixed mindset were more likely to comfort students and influence them to settle with 9 to 6 job and would deter any risk-taking profession such as entrepreneurship. I mean, it's like this. If a student, we often come across a student who want to do a big thing in life, who have a bigger vision. Okay, but we say, okay, this doesn't happen here. You can't do this. So those are actually indirectly influencing the mindset of our students. So essentially in the end, it demotivates. Just think about it. Just think, how do you respond to your students in different scenarios? And think about it. Can you respond it better? For a second, just think about it. And can you respond with a growth mindset? So this is an important thing. Is it an ability or a mindset? Was it Mozart's musical ability or the fact that he worked till his hands were deformed? We often say, right? We often say, you're not made to do this. We often say you're weak in maths. We often say you cannot score 100 of 100. You cannot score A+ grade. Do you know what I'm saying? We assume, when we say we assume and make a judgment with a fixed mindset, that if you're weak in maths, you're going to remain weak in maths. Was it Darwin's scientific ability or the fact that he collected specimens non-stop from early childhood? So think about it. And if you get any insight at any point of time, anything that you want to change from now, from today, in your class, in your life, just make a note of it and see what action you would take from now onward or from tomorrow. Yeah? Yeah. So we'll see few examples. Yeah. Now, this is a small assessment. All you have to do is answer it. I think you all have paper and pen, right? Yeah. So you have to answer them: disagree a lot, disagree or disagree a little bit, agree a little, agree or agree a lot. Okay. For each of the statement, which is going to throw on air. And there is no right or wrong answer. There is only your answer. Yeah. So different centers, are you clear about the assessment exercise?
Yes, sir. In MIT, it is all clear to everyone what we
Perfect.
have to do.
Sure. Wonderful. So here you go. The first one. And as I say, please make a note of it. Just write what you say. No matter what intelligence you have, you can always change it a good deal. So do you do you agree, disagree, or any of those were different adjectives? Yeah. You can learn new thing, but you cannot really change your basic level of intelligence. See, for myself, this year I'm beginning to learn Sanskrit. I'm taking up classes for it. And as you know, I run marathon. I started in 2012, and marathon is 42.2 kilometers. So the point is, I took a decisions, and now I worked towards it, made an effort, and got into it. I'm not telling you to impress you, but to impress upon you that this is possible. You know, I like my work best when it makes me think hard. I like my work best when I can do it really well without too much of trouble. I like work that I will learn from even if I make a lot of mistakes. You know, remember when kids used to, when kids, the younger kids, they would attempting to walk, they fell multiple times before they actually learned to walk. So in your context, think about it. Do you think that falling deters you, or it makes you learn something from your falling? I like my work best when I can do it perfectly without mistakes. When something is hard, it just makes me want to work more on it, not less. To tell the truth, when I work hard, it makes me feel as though I'm not very smart. Yeah. So anyone from the center or from here have any insight that you want to share? Anything that is going to change the way you're going to do things? Anyone from any of the center? And what about, so we have someone.
No, sir, I'm just taking if anyone wants.
Okay. So here, okay, if no one has any point, then I would say, just continue to make a, you know, write down your insights if you have any, because if you write on your own, the probability of it impacting you a lot more than if I tell you to do that. Yeah. So there's no right or wrong answer. It's just an answer. And the point that I want to drive is you can change your mindset. So if you want to move, if you want to evolve from a fixed to growth mindset, and if you believe in it, because if you don't believe in it, you'll not. The first thing is believe in faith. And if yes, then you can do it. Whatever be the current state of your mindset. Yeah. Now we'll see, having seen the mindsets, now the next thing comes is, what are the traits that I need to have? The mindset is, okay, I want to do it, but what are the habits or the traits that I want to build in my student, in myself, so that I can, you know, have an entrepreneurial mindset or traits. So first is a creative mindset, you know, ability to create something. And the second is spot problem areas and look at the opportunities in those. So you can see in the scenarios the problem, and then ability to create solution for those problem area. I mean, look at these different companies, right? Meru, Ola. They've solved specific problems. And third is all, we're going to talk about lateral thinking, but this is like engage in innovative thinking to identify unique solution. How can you be a unique from the others? And then ability to research. Can this work? Can this not work? Can I validate with my friends, with my associations? And the next is single-minded dedication. So if I'm committed to an idea, if I believe in the idea, then I have a dedication that I'm going to make it happen. And this is very important. And then desire to make possible what looks impossible. So few years back, I never dreamt that I could run 42 kilometers. So it was impossible, but there was a strong desire that I can do it. Similarly, there are different instances, like when, let's say, for example, a company like Ola or Meru, or there was, when it was started, they never thought that they can be a unicorn or they can be $1 billion+ company, but they are today because there was a strong desire to make possible what is impossible. And then no fear of failure. Interestingly, I was talking to someone way back in, I think 2 years back in one of the seminar, and we were talking about fear. He said fear is just a thought. And 99% of our fear doesn't lead to anything. It just remains a fear. So the fear of failure is just the fear. Maybe you succeed, and what you get on the way is just the bottleneck. And then the driving force, drive to make the difference, drive to do something which is significant for the humanity. No. And the hunt for patterns. If 5 people have done it, why not I? So connect the dots in the pattern. Those are some of the important traits of the entrepreneurs.
Can you amplify on this, hunting for patterns? How does one do it?
Yeah, so hunting for pattern is, for example, let's say I want to, we were trying, let's say in India, some of the entrepreneurs were trying to solve the transportation problem. So they looked into the fact that, has this problem existed anywhere else? Did it exist in US or the developed countries? I'm just taking an example, as one can be. So the answer was yes, it existed few years back. Who solved it? Uber solved it. How did they solve it? They created a platform. Did they need a lot of money to create the platform? The answer was no. Do they need so many cars to run a platform? The answer was no. So those are hunting for patterns, and then connecting the dots. How would these work together? Now you have a platform, you have a driver, you have cars, you have inventory. How do you connect all of these things so it becomes a holistic solution? And encourage useful failures. And then certainly, if you're building the entrepreneur mindset, you also got to look at the financial viability of your idea, because that's going to drive the funding, etc. And this is what we need to tell our student, right? If they believe in the ideas and they believe that their ideas can solve the problem, then things will fall in place. It's just that they have to stick with an idea long enough till it becomes a successful, business model. And collaborating in team setting, we often work in silos. I mean, that's one of the biggest challenge I perceive in the industry or in the world, that we work in silo. I mean, how many times, let's say you talk to each other and say, hey, this is my problem. How can I solve it? How many times you guys get together and say, can you give me a feedback so that I can deliver lectures better in my class? So we don't collaborate. We are a team, but we don't talk to each other. Imagine if you were to take feedback from your colleagues, from your students, who would you be after acting on those meaningful feedback? So those with a growth mindset found setback motivating. They're very informative. They are a wake-up call. So if there is any insight that you got out of this slide, make a note of it. Yeah. Just write. Anyone from any of the centers who would like to share any insight that you got till now?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. You have very rightly said that.
Yeah.
Hello. So I'm adding from Udaipur.
Yeah. Okay.
You have very rightly said that the setbacks could be motivating. Don't you think that we can use fear as also a driving force? Sometimes it is said there are many positive sides of the fear. The fear could also be used as a motivating force. And fear is basically the basic component of the normal human psyche. It's quite natural. I mean, we cannot remove fear from our psyche. Absolutely. Do you agree, sir?
Yes, and that's where someone said that use fear as a salt. Too much of salt is going to spoil the taste of the food. So too much of a fear in your life is going to drag you down. So a little bit of fear, as you said, is good.
It all depends on how we look at fear.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what way you take it.
Correct. So salt is important because if there's no salt, it doesn't taste good. Similarly, fear to the level of salt is very important. If you don't have a fear, we might jump from the mountain and say, I'm a fearless. That doesn't make sense, right? We got to have a little bit of fear. So the fear in a sense is essential, but that's to the level of salt. If it goes beyond, then it becomes a detrimental to your growth.
Yeah, but how, fear is a very incapacitating emotion. If you are, say you're dealing with a situation, sometimes it just kind of freezes you. So are there any simple techniques of dealing with fear? How does one handle it? Because there's a lot of times when you will let go of something, which had you done it, you would have succeeded as an entrepreneur. But so are there any sort of pointers that you can give us of how to deal with it?
Yeah, there are many pointers. The first is your own experience. So think about the different fears that you encountered till now. And have they turned out to be true? So before you joined, we were talking about 99+% of the fear remains the thought. So fear is nothing but a thought, and we got to be aware, be mindful of the fact that there's simply a thought. And may not be a reality, may not turn out to be a reality. So, if we're aware that there are set of thoughts which is going to drag you down, okay, then those are the fears which can be let go of. So that's by being aware of it. So one is the awareness. I mean, the fact is, I often use this context with awareness, mind it, with awareness, you know what you're doing. And when you know what you're doing, you become mindful. And with mindful, the transformation happens.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. So I'll repeat in a different sense. So the point is, when you are aware of what you're doing,
Hello?
you become mindful. And when
Excuse
you
me, sir?
Where is it? Jaipur.
yeah.
Just mention the name Jaipur.
Yeah, Jaipur, please.
Sir, I have a question. Do you think that we have similar pattern of companies recent times in market? Like we have Flipkart, we have Amazon. So you are talking about the encouraging useful failures. Do you think luck matters in this?
My question to you: how do you define luck? When
Sir,
I'll say my definition, and then you may say. So luck is nothing but I continue to try till I succeed. So I said yes lies in the land of no. So there's also a way to look at it is what we see is just the front side of the success. We don't know what happens in the background. No media often doesn't talk about how difficult situation people been to being a successful.
but sir, we have already a set example of Flipkart and Amazon. So if I'm going to making a startup like these companies, so there is a chances of failure.
Yes, there is a chance of failure. And when they started, when let's say Sachin Bansal and Benny Bansal, they started, they never thought they would be a successful. They would be a unicorn. But they started it and they continued till it became it. So the point is, it's like this. When someone comes and tells me, hey, I want to be a Steve Jobs, I want to be this. So what they're telling, what I understand is they're telling that they don't want to be themselves. They want to be someone else. And when you start becoming someone else, that's the cause of failure. And what I tell them, just be yourself and define what makes sense in your context. Create something which solves this specific problem. And when you do from that context, you find people who's going to support you on the way. Yeah? You want to say something?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, good morning. Is it Adrek? Hello?
Yes, sir. I'm listening to you. Yes, sir.
Raju with you. Adrek, in fact, when we talked about the startups, almost 6 months back, in fact, I was preparing along with Kamna a program, a kind of a blog kind of a thing, studying about 100 entrepreneurs. Is purely startup in India, in Indian context. And one common thing what I found is that at one point in time, they were all on the crossroads where they were not having a single penny to move forward. But the value and the belief what they started, they all stuck to it. Ola rooms and Ola cabs are nowhere exceptional. They were all bootstrapped at one point in time. And secondly, the basic belief and the value on which they started that particular venture, they all stuck to it. And somehow they want certain venture capitalists, like when Pratik was mentioning about somewhere you will start getting that kind of a support. There are some people you're under watch. When you're on the market, you're on the watch. So that's the mindset Pratish was insisting to you. Startup enthusiast, I would call it as. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
And I'll further add, you have the power within yourself. We are all, as we started, we are all an entrepreneur. It's just the mindset that drives one to become a successful or to one leave it in between. Yeah. And the other point that you were saying from a fear standpoint. So the first thing is just be aware of your fear. Just be aware. And the second thing is, just close your eyes and visualize your fear. And think about, let's say if you go towards your fear, who would you be in 3-5 years from now? There's a saying that if you go towards the fears, fear runs away. And the third thing is, use different technique to your advantage. So when you feel fearful, just take a deep breath in. Maybe you get a better response to your fear. Okay. And the third thing is, start doing things that makes you uncomfortable, because what is uncomfortable today can become comfortable to you. So your horizon expands. So what is making you fearful today can be a source of strength to you tomorrow. Yeah. Simply put, the choice to quit has been categorically removed as an option. So all I have to do is keep going on until I finish. This is very powerful. I often use it. Let's say, we defined the quit earlier. We all started as hunter. Human beings started as hunters. They had to find food till they were able to find it. There was no option. Otherwise, you'll die. And this is, again, I said, I often use it in conversation. So people say I'm very fearful. I don't talk to strangers. And then I said, can you talk to 20 strangers? And if you talk, and if you, we'll certainly record it, I'll give you $1 million. I'll give you this. Will you be able to do it? And all of a sudden they became inspired and they did it. So the point is, you're not doing it because there is no inspiration. It's not that you cannot do it. You know the point? And this is about how do we enable students to become entrepreneurs. And I'm a strong believer, if we got to move forward, if we got to solve bigger problems, we got to create more entrepreneurs. And you guys are an architect to create entrepreneurs. You have a big responsibility in your hand, right? People listen to you. I just close my eyes and say, hey, where did I learn first? Anything important or significant? It's the teacher. It's the educators. So identify. Yeah. So identify and support and enables your student and connect. So there are students you would find more resourceful. There are students who would take initiative and don't seek permission. There are students who are fearless. There are students who welcome change. Identify and make them aware of it. Hey, you're fearless. Why don't you do this? They love challenge. They recover quickly from a setback. They listen. They focus on what matters to them. They don't, we live in a world of distraction. We have thousands of distractions. So they filter all of those distractions and listen what matters to them. So those are the people, who are going to be successful or future entrepreneurs. They care about society and humanity well-being. We got to have more of social entrepreneurs who are solving the societal problems, who are solving our community problems. And we got to encourage our students to do it. And the way we encourage is we also participate in solving some of the problems. Feeling uncomfortable and comfort zone. So this is very important. I'll just spend a few seconds here. So we say that walk out of your comfort zone. Here I'm saying you make your uncomfortable as your comfort zone.
Can you give an example?
So, for example, let's say 5 years back, I was having a struggle in talking to a stranger. Okay. I spoke to few strangers and I continued to speak, and then I became very comfortable. And I practiced this in Europe. I was traveling, the point was I was finding it difficult to ask someone to have, click of a photo. Earlier, there wasn't a concept of selfie. So it was struggle for me. And then I started asking it, and then I became comfortable. And as a result, I became comfortable with many other things. So that became that comfortable zone over a period of time with practice became my comfort zone. So similar with running, similar with many other things.
It also leads to opportunity.
Yeah.
Because it opens you up.
It opens you up. Yeah. It leads to a lot of network.
Feeling uncomfortable in comfort zone. How can we feel uncomfortable in comfort zone?
This is more of, indicative thing. And when I say, you don't have to take it a literal meaning of it. So the idea is what you feel uncomfortable about it today, you can feel comfortable if you make an attempt to feel comfortable with it.
Can I give an example?
Yeah, please.
So, a comfort zone is what you evaluate as a space in which you feel in control of things. But that's, if you're always in a place where you feel you're in control, you're not really expanding your limits, you're not expanding your potential. Let me give you an example. Our company is about, say, within 100 crore limit, and I was asked to join CII, the Confederation of Indian Industry. So when I joined it, I was like a small fry, so to say, amongst all the industrialists. There were 1,500 crores, 2,000 crores, companies of a very huge stature. They asked me to become the head of Punjab. And because I was in my comfort zone, I said, no, I cannot head Punjab because I will be dealing with anybody and everybody who's 1,500 crores and 2,000 crores, and I'm out of my space. So I'm out of that comfort zone. But then I spoke to my daughter. She had just come back from America from studying in Harvard. She says, why don't you expand your zones? She says, what is it that you love? You love meeting people. You love being in a domain of learning. You love adventure. She says, you're addressing all three things. But you will only address them if you get out of that box of your comfort zone and the fear, as Pratyush spoke about earlier. So she said, just dive in. Trust me. I thank myself and I thank her for letting me push myself out of that comfort zone. I've interacted now. They are my best friends. They're learning for me. I've identified mentors for them. And most importantly, I don't feel in any way that I am below them, because a quantum of money is just one aspect. As a human being, they ensure, and I feel now, because I've been interacting with them over a period of 10 years, that there is no difference. So that comfort zone limitation has now become an expansive thing. So that is where we are coming from in getting out of comfort zone.
You got to clap. This is a great example.
In that sense, it's supposed to be feeling comfortable and uncomfortable.
Yeah, exactly.
It's supposed to be feeling comfortable and uncomfortable.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's the meaning of it.
Yeah.
So what you were uncomfortable, it become, which means that, if she practice it as a habit, one fine day, whatever, there's nothing left in the uncomfortable zone. Everything that she's uncomfortable about becomes part of the comfort zone. So that's how it's an indication. It's an indicative meaning, not a literal sense. Yeah. And enjoy breaking rules positively. I challenge the status quo.
That's so tricky.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so tricky.
That's why I said positively. Yeah. Yeah. So we're all entrepreneurs. It's the mindset, not the business model. It's the mindset. Yeah. So we'll just quickly do a small exercise in, and this is like this, let's say if I'll take an example and then I'll let you drive it, take a couple of more. So if I say some of these problems are hard, just do your best. Okay. If I say this, and let's say if I say some of these problems are hard, try them even if you think you get them wrong, because mistakes are what helps you learn. And when you think hard on difficult problem, that's where you learn the most. So which one do you think is powerful? If you're telling your student, just try it versus the second one, which I said. Anyone from the center, any of the center?
Yes, sir. This is Dr. Niti from MIET Meerut.
Which center?
The second phrase that you have, MIET Meerut.
Okay, Meerut. Okay, thank you.
The second phrase that you have given us is more motivating and encouraging. And if we use these statements with our students and ourselves, it always gives us a positive push to move forward.
Correct. So she said a positive push to move forward. That's my insight. So if I say the first one, I push student to this level. If I say the second one, I push to this level. And if I push to this level, then there's a greater probability of him solving that problem. So this is what a push, if we start doing it, imagine if we all together start making this small push, what the world be, how many entrepreneurs we would be able to create, you know. So I'll just take one example and just see if you can reframe it. This we often say it, and this I've built this set based on my own experience and the others. This isn't really your strongest subject, is it? So how can you reframe it to a point where, you know, a student comes and tells you, hey, this isn't my strongest subjects, I'm not good at it, I can't do it, I can't solve it, I want to solve this problem, but I mean, someone mentioned that, you know, he wants to create, he wants to build a company, but doesn't have a technical skill. How would you respond to that? Or maybe I'll give an easier one. You've made a lot of mistakes on these problems. We often say, right? You can't do this. You can't do this practical. You've made a lot of mistakes to this.
So how would we reframe that?
Yeah.
Rephrase that?
Reframe. So,
classes back,
yeah.
I learned from Mr. Sarma class. What he did was, instead of explaining, instead of attending the phrase, what we can do is, so if you do this kind of problem, the people like me won't appreciate it. So that kind of statement will come out. That's what I learned from this class. So I'm talking about your last sentence. You made a lot of mistakes on this problem. Instead of telling this, you can say, if you do like this, the people like me will not appreciate this.
Correct.
Still, it can be better.
Yeah. So that's why we don't have to be the best. We have to be better, 1% better. You know, imagine if we become if we improve our mindset by 1% every day. Do you know how much we have improved over 365 days? It's not 365%. It's 3,655%. 3,000, because the effect of compounding comes into the picture. Because your 1% improve, you're no longer what you are today. You're 1% better, and then from 1% better, you're 1%. So just 1%. If we start making an attempt to reframe the way we talk, we can change many things around ourselves. Yeah. So do you all agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the centers can give
Yeah.
their opinion.
They have some interaction.
So
One center
anyone
is another connected to.
from
Yes,
other center?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. I am from GIM. Hello.
Yeah.
So you are talking about reframing for a growth mindset.
Correct.
Okay. Sir, I have a question. Do you really believe that we are testing a memory, not intelligence, for our students? Although we are a good teacher, but we are only testing a memories just to pass the subject, get your marks, and leave your subjects.
Correct. And that's the mindset. You know, so what you're right. I mean, that's the challenge in our education system. And now we take it the way it has been given to us, or we become an agent of change. So it's all on us, right? It's on us how we want to take this forward. You're right. Study this subject, get this marks, and get out of college and get to the real life. That's one way. That's a one path to live a life. Or challenge the status quo, learn something new, take chance, experience failure, and become what you think is impossible for you today.
Sir, what would you choose, memory or intelligence?
See, it's the combination. You know, memory is what? Okay, if you're talking about memorizing a subject versus using your understanding and intelligence to pass it. So certainly, you know, the second one is better option, because when you're if you're saying I'm just memorizing to pass an exam, so essentially it's an information. It's an information where you don't have any insight towards it, where this is just a data where with no value for me. Whereas if I understand that, if I understand why it has been said, if I use my intelligence, my understanding, that information may become an action, may become a part to action, may change something, the way I'm doing things. So the second one is certainly a better, where we understand versus we simply memorize and pass exam.
So, sir, you strongly believe that we have some kind of teachers in India that we are just passing our time with the students.
See, it's like this. I wouldn't, as I've, and I strongly believe what I'm practicing now, what I'm telling you is I would not like to brand some teacher as this and some teacher as that. All I say, we are all on the learning path. Some are not aware what they're doing. So I would say it's a lack of awareness where some of the teachers don't understand the impact they're having because of the way they're responding.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir,
Thanks for being interactive. I love it. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
First, Pratyush, take our compliments for illustrating and simplifying some of the most difficult things. So it's really a very good illustration. We extend our compliments to you. My question is about social entrepreneurship. Normally we talk a lot about the sort of industrial entrepreneurship or the commercial entrepreneurship. But we, being in technical institution, being technical teacher, we very less talk about the social entrepreneurship. And we talk about social entrepreneurship, people ask about the break-even point, people ask about the payback, the balance sheet. So would you be able to, little more illustrative on social entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is first, just be interactive. So just continue to give a response in case if I got your question right. So you can use your technical problem to solve the social problem. So again, it's the mindset that I'm from a technology background. I can't create a social enterprise. I can't create an enterprise that solves or addresses a community problem. Okay, so the point is I can use my technology skills to solve a social problem. I'm building a power generation engine that uses a specific type of non-renewable resources that produces pollution. I use that skill to generate a power generation engine that survives on, let's say, gobar gas, that survive on the exhaust of other excreta or etc. So you get what I'm saying?
Yes. Hello.
This is from MIT, sir.
MIT. Say yes, MIT.
Yeah, yes,
morning,
yes,
sir.
MIT, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
The sentence is that you made a lot of mistakes on these problems. This could be said as first we must encourage that student that you have attempted a problem in a good way, but there are some mistakes are there which can be rectified in this further ways. Means first, in encouraging words should be said to the student. Then we must introduce the mistakes which he has done in that problem.
Correct. So what you're saying is, how can we improve the way of delivering the feedback? So you're right. Instead of calling, I mean, I generally don't call, I avoid using the word mistake. I call as a development needs, which is everyone has a development needs. You can be 1% better teacher, professor, lecturer, educator every day. And by the end of the year, you're 3,650% better teacher, which is going to be very transformative. So the answer is, yes, there are feedbacks that we need to give, which is good and beneficial for our students. And those are constructive feedbacks. Okay. And people with a growth mindset will take those constructive feedback and incorporate in them to become a better human being, to become a better entrepreneur, to become a better student, to become a better student of life.
Can I add something?
Yeah, please.
I'm Kamna. I just want to add something here. You know, usually our stance to a bad performance by a child, our body language, the way we convey our own emotion to a work badly done is really crucial over here. One is that our whole body is exhibiting a certain amount of negativity. The other is that we are exhibiting acceptance. The moment our body starts to convey acceptance, the child in front of you becomes easy. Then if we see something done, as Pratyush said, we should have a completely neutral comment on the performance and let the child himself take out his improvement methodology. In coaching, our standard format is that we do not tell, we do not indicate, we do not showcase. We only make neutral comments, and the child, through our perception, says, well, oh, yeah, you're right, but suppose I had done like this, then maybe it would have been a better option. Or I may have, can I do this in another way like this? And then we gently nudge them. One, we've opened them out because our whole stance to a bad performance is, it hardly matters. Whereas usually teachers become very uptight, angry. Even if they're trying to say they're okay with it, the body language and our whole communication does not reflect that. So I think we all, as teachers and educators, firstly need to see we need to be aware of how we react to a situation where we have a non-performer in front of us.
Thank you. Perfect. That's a great point, Kamna. And that's the reason, from the very beginning, we're saying insights. So our job is to help you with an insight, which is coming from yourself. We give the perspective, insight comes in, and when it comes from you, you actually inspire to take action.
Those are crucial words.
Correct.
Inspire to take action.
Correct. So inspire your students to take action. Give them an insights. Give them a clue. Give them a hint. Don't give them don't give them a ways to do things. They'll find the way. They're very smart at finding the ways.
Just give comments on this because I'm sure a lot of people would like to comment on.
Yeah. Any comment from any of the other centers? Yeah, we'll just take another 5 minutes and then
we're supposed to finish 2 sessions by 11:30. We have to run up a little bit.
We actually started a little late. Yeah. These are interesting topics.
Yeah, very.
Anyone? Okay.
I think you can move on.
Yeah. So these are few exercises to improve the mindsets. And these exercises, if you practice consistently, daily, will result a tremendous improvement with regard to your mindset. And these are just 5-6 minutes. So first is breathing exercises. So no, we're going to talk later, but think about it. We know about the world, what's happening in the world. We know what Obama is doing or what Donald Trump or Narendra Modi is doing. But do we know how many breaths we take in a minute? That's interesting, right? So the point is breathing. Just be aware of how you breathe. When you become aware, then this awareness is going to improve your mindset. With awareness, you make better choices, and with better choices, the transformation happens. Awareness, choice, transformation, triplets. Yeah. The second is I'm a big proponent of physical exercise because they change the chemistry of your body. There's a book. I mean, in India, we have enough written, we have enough traditional scriptures, and if you like, you can read. But if you like to read the Western, read the book Spark. It says, they've done a study that the two gentlemen having the similar makeup, similar social structure, etc. One does 30 minutes of running, other doesn't. So the chemical composition, the chemical changes that happens within the body defines how you act, react, collaborate, behave. And those 5-6 steps makes you successful, makes you happier, and improves your mindset. And third is just sitting idle and doing nothing. We think a lot. We put a lot of pressure, but we just don't sit idle, enjoy nature, just walk around.
Can you amplify on meditation, Pratish? Because usually the Indian mindset is that you are supposed to be performers.
Yeah.
And you are supposed to be constantly performing.
Correct.
So I think this needs a little bit more attention.
Sure. So I often tell, I've been in a corporate world for a while, and what we see is people are stressed. And I often tell them, slow down to speed up. We are hurrying up. I call it as hurriness sickness, which is we get into a habit of just being hurry. So the idea is just to slow down, just observe what's happening around. And then you will realize that your stillness is going to improve your productivity. You'll do right things, So this is an important aspect, and I strongly believe in it. And I would strongly encourage you to explore these options, to explore meditation. Just go for a nature walk. We've got a beautiful nature. See, when I landed here from Bangalore, I actually can feel the air, the quality of air. You're so lucky to have such a great quality of air. There's so much of pollution in Bangalore. I'm telling you, we don't realize the importance of it. Remember, we were getting free water. Now we buy water. We're getting the free air where we are going. You know what I'm saying? So this is very important. And meditation is all about being in your present moment. And the next is your association. So your association is going to define you. You are equal to the average of 5 people you spend your time with. Yeah. And then reading. Pick up a book and read. And reading is like, to me, it's like having a conversation with an author. If I want Mahatma Gandhi to be my coach or mentor, or Nelson Mandela, or some of the other leaders, or let's say Narendra Modi, or anything, leaders of your choice, I pick up a book and I have a conversation with them. So reading a book to me is like having a conversation. And when you have the conversation, you feel that energy. So reading, don't think that you're just reading it, and just get immersed in the reading and pick up an insight. At times I pick up a book and just read 10 pages and I'm done. I've got the insight. That's just fantastic. I've got great thing of the book.
Somebody wants to say something?
Okay. And then this is the last slide. I'll make a quick, and then we'll go for a quick 5-minute tea break. I request you all just to shorten your tea break, because I truly want to deliver you some outstanding insights.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, you are very pleasant by your posture and by talking. So what is the secret? You are looking so pleasant.
You are very decent.
Pleasant.
Okay. So all of these things you see, yoga, running, meditation. So first of all, thank you so much for the comment. Sorry?
Sir, can I ask your age, please?
Sorry?
He's asking about your age.
I am 39.
So you are looking so younger.
That's a compliment.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. So it's the choice, it's the mindset, and believe me, you can be what you want to be.
Practice also mentioned.
Yeah.
I think it's important for people to know.
So I practice what I'm writing is I practice. I read a lot, and I run today also. In spite of being in a cold weather, we practice. I along with Kamna, she's a great entrepreneur. She's an inspiration to me, and she's responsible for all the program. And I feel grateful, to her, and with all great and gratitude and regards. And the point is, I'm just grateful for whatever I have. So when you become grateful to what you have, then you become more pleasant. People like to associate with you. People like to see the smile over your face. Yeah. Few quick takeaways. Anyone can be an entrepreneur. So whether you have the technical knowledge or do not have the technical knowledge, you can be. They're creative. They create things. They discover opportunities and act on them quickly. So the difference between one being successful and the other not being successful, because someone who's successful acted on the opportunities. The formula for success is act, learn, build, and repeat. Don't give up till you become successful. So it's the cycle. Act, learn, build. If you fail, then repeat that cycle till you become successful. So they don't seek perfection. I think I was in the entrepreneur seminar 7 months back, and believe me, people wanted to be perfect before their product is in the market. So the point there was, if your product, tell your student, if your product is in the market and it doesn't have a defect or issues with it, then you started very late. So that's the reason why people have started the concept of a lean startup, which is you create a product, validate it in the market, make changes, validate again. So you're actually testing, that's a skill. So similarly, if you want to teach differently, figure it out, practice. Most entrepreneurs learn they need less money to get their ideas into a marketplace than they thought. And government is encouraging. So, encourage students, because you guys are creator, you're creating the tomorrow's world. And if you don't inspire, if we don't create social entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs, how are we going to solve the job problem? How are we going to take the India to the next level? How are we going to take the humanity forward? So the responsibility is all on you, all on us, So please encourage your students, inspire them, reframe what you've been framing. You think you've been framing in a wrong way. Yeah. So right now, as we complete this session, I believe we are living in the greatest era of opportunity in all of human history. It's never been this good, and it's likely never will again. And it's a chance to inspire and uplift younger generation to realize their potential. So thank you so much. We'll just take 5-minute break. I request you to come back. We have 2 more interesting sessions, and believe me, you'll like it. Yeah, please.
Thank you
And
so much,
clap
sir.
for yourself.
Thank you.
So can people from other centers hear me clearly now? Are you guys back from your tea?
Yes, sir. We are here.
Wonderful. So we're going to start a next interesting session, and it's going to be very interesting, believe me.
Okay, sir.
So are you guys enjoying it now? How do you feel? I mean, how do you feel after 45 or an hour of session?
So we have learned a lot more, and it is like an eye opener for us.
So are you enjoying it?
More yes, sir. We all were very much enjoying it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Anyone else has any other comment? Anyone from any other center?
Yes, from TTC Jodhpur.
Yeah.
TTC Jodhpur.
Yeah.
Mention the name because they don't.
Yeah, Jodhpur.
TTC Jodhpur.
Yeah, TTC. Yeah.
We are unmuted.
Yeah, TTC Jodhpur. Do you want to say or make any comment?
Yes, sir. It was really nice, sir. Thank
Okay.
you for giving us such nice experience of
Wonderful.
yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll see those in the feedback. Okay. So we're going to move from another intense topic, thinking. Okay. So we're going to be a little quick in the second session as we are running late out of time. So we'll be quick, but we're going to cover all the key aspects. And if you have any queries that we're not able to address, then you'll have the email address of ours and you can get in touch with us. Okay. So thinking. You are an irrational being, but don't worry, that's part of being human. So that's how I'm beginning my second topic. So I mean, here the point on thinking is we're going to do 3 or 4 key things here. One is learn about thinking. I mean, we often, I have spoken about it in the last session, that we know many things about what's happening in the world and possibly know very little of what's happening within ourselves, which is how we are thinking, what we are doing, what's the impact of what we are thinking, what's the stimulus of our thinking, and what's the response of that stimulus. So we're going to, touch base and be a little more aware. So we're going to learn the value of thinking. The second thing is we're going to learn a little bit about analytical thinking. There are different types of thinking. So first we need to know about thinking, what is thinking, and then there are different types of thinking, and then what kind of thinking to use in what scenario is another critical thing. I mean, think about it in this way. We think, our brain is always thinking some or the other thing. Imagine if that thinking occurs in a structural way. If you're able to put the perspective to our thinking, put the right type of thinking in the right circumstances, what would our life be? So that's going to be the second aspect to it. And then we'll see how we can think better in each of the different categories. Yeah. So we'll start with an example. So for example, let's say, what do Alexander the Great and Smokey the Bear have in common? So we're just seeing what are you thinking by looking at this question. So anyone from any other center want to make a comment here? Okay.
Is that a question?
Yeah. It just, The session start with a question. So that starts make people think about it. So if you don't have, then I'll kind of help you. So the only common thing between these two is the THE. There's nothing else common. So this is, the other thing, as I said in the beginning of the other session, is imagine if I'm talking like this, how would you feel? So similarly, I expect you guys to smile. So the idea is to have a greater engagement, and engagement with a broader smile. And the other type of thinking is there isn't enough for everybody. And this, I think, is a lacuna for our humanity growth. And then there is a plenty for everyone. This is another type of thinking. So we're not trying to understand thinking, right? So we got to understand what people think. And the reason at time, most of the time, we don't realize the value of what we think. So imagine if you were to think there isn't enough for everybody. And this thinking will percolate in the other action, most of your action. And imagine how would the action be. And if the action is impacted by this thinking, imagine what the result be. So understand the value of thinking. And imagine if you were to think there is plenty for everyone, how would you think and how would you respond to the stimulus and how would the result be? So that is a perspective to a thinking. And then this is very relevant, right? I can say I've been in the industry for a while. I know who the hell are you to tell me that I don't know this. This thinking versus I'm a student of life. I love learning. I want to learn till the last breath of my life, till the last hour of the last day of my life. Imagine these two thinking. Perspective, right? So imagine if we were to think in this direction and deliver a lecture, and a different think and deliver a lecture. Imagine the outcome of those lectures on the student. Yeah?
I think it's a very important point made here because...
you want to come here so that people can see you? Yeah.
I think that's a very important point made here about thinking, because our thinking basically drives the level up to which we can, go or achieve things in life. Because if you suffer from the I know everything syndrome, then I think it stops your progress basically in every field. So, suddenly it's occurring to me that thinking plays such a big role in our lives. It basically starts there. That's where the source is. So I think it's a very important point made. So a takeaway for me also.
Can I add my own experience here? When I am an entrepreneur, when I started business, we had elders in the family, and since ours is a family business, you have no choices. You have to go up the ladder by working with your elders. There was a comment every time I used to go to a senior like my father-in-law, my grandfather-in-law. He would say, and I said, I have this issue and I think I need to ask a couple of people how to deal with this problem. He would say, किसी से पूछने की क्या जरूरत है? हम तो लोगों को पढ़ाया है, हम तो इतने सालों से काम कर रहे हैं, तुमको किसी और से पूछने की क्या जरूरत है? What is the need to go to somebody else? And I used to always find that statement very limiting and to a point of irritation, because I used to feel that, why do I only need to take one opinion? Why can't I take 3 opinions? And eventually I realized I would hardly ever be listening to his opinion, but I would be needing other people's opinions. A situation came when I stopped involving them in my thinking processes. So I think as educators and teachers, this becomes very relevant. We tend to have this sort of notion, or we tend to communicate that I know it all. This I know it all syndrome is, in today's world, I think, a very limiting and incapacitating
sort of sentiment. And I'm glad you brought it up, because when you said it, that urge and that feeling I used to get when somebody used to tell me, why listen to me? And I used to always feel, and that time I was young, I'm sure this relates with a lot of young students when they come to somebody and say, like, I need an opinion and I think I need to ask 5 people, and you say, you don't need to ask anybody, I know it all. So I think as educators, this really opens up a thought.
Thank you so much, Alok. Thank you so much, Kamna. And you know, the interesting thing is, so Alok and Kamna are behind this program. And I really feel very grateful. I'm here because of, you know, Alok and Kamna. And behind the scene is manage this program. We got the people from, you know, different country. Raja is from different, and so there's a lot of effort, and that's the reason why we expect you guys to engage. You know, just write an insight if there's anything that comes to you, and share these with your colleagues and friends, because recordings will be available. So just use this to your advantage. Thank you. So very quickly, this is how we think. So I mean, just to give the context to other people who just join in, we're talking about the way we're talking about the thinking, the way we think, and then the different kind of thinking and the impact of those thinking and how we can improve those. Yeah. So key obstacle to our thinking. Why do we think I know it all? Anyone? Anyone? Anyone from any of the centers?
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Pardon, sir. Pardon, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, Jaipur. Yeah.
He didn't hear the question.
Sir, I don't get you proper.
Just repeat the question.
Yeah, I'm saying we are on to the slide. If you can see the slide, it says key obstacle to thinking clearly. My question to is, let's say if I take I know it all, what do you think is the key obstacle? Why am I thinking that? What is the root behind that thinking?
Sir, this is Dr. Niyati from MIT. I want to add a point in this.
Yeah.
Most of the time we think that we know everything because we don't want ourselves to see in the stage of a failure. क्योंकि इस टाइम हमारे पास इतना ज्यादा कंपटीशन है कि अगर हम ये सोचना शुरू कर दें मुझे अभी सब कुछ नहीं आता, तो एक माइंडसेट बन जाता है कि अगर नहीं आता तो आगे कैसे बढ़ोगे, चैलेंज कैसे फेस करोगे, लोगों को बीट कैसे करोगे. तो
ग्रेट पॉइंट.
इस पॉइंट से ओवरकम करने के लिए एक डिफेंस के रूप में हम अपना लेते हैं दैट आई नो एवरीथिंग एंड आई कैन डू एनीथिंग.
Great. You don't have to respond, but the another question is, does it help you? Think about it. You don't have to respond. And you know, the fundamental thing, I think what you're saying is the same thing, but in a different way. The fundamental thing is ego. What would the world think? I mean, we are creating and building our life based primarily on what the world would think about ourselves. I mean, we're creating a layer around us, which is taking us away from our own self. You know, imagine if I tell you, you know, this is what I practice, a vulnerability test, where I tell you the deepest secret of mine, which I don't want the world to know. And I often tell me something about yourself, which you don't want to tell, you know, which you don't want the world to know. Because when you tell, then you're actually getting a deep layer within, and that thinking helps you. You may get a, what I call it as, vulnerability hangover, but then eventually after the hangover, you will have the finest feeling. You'll have a better feeling. Yeah. So the first thing is the ego. The second thing is the complexity. We have a habit of making simple thing complex. We like complex thing, do not want to experience the complex thing. I mean, just think about it. I mean, just become observant about it. If I'm seeing you, it's a simple thing. But imagine what's the chemistry happening behind this scene. The light is falling, reflection. It's very complex process, right? How the image is getting formed, but it's so simple. So our perspective should be, how can I make the most complex thing in a simplest fashion? So these are the two key obstacles to our thinking, because we complicate it and we have our ego, which is one of the biggest hindrance, I would go ahead and say, to humanity.
So what do you think about the failure of criticism?
What do I think about the failure of criticism? And can you explain in what context? Give an example, and then maybe I'll be able to share my perspective.
No, sir, you are talking about the ego. If I am a egoistic person and I don't want to overcome anyone to me, then what is your perspective regarding the criticism? I don't want to take any criticism on my body, on my mindset.
Okay, so there are two ways to look into it. One is a positive criticism. So if you think that a feedback or a criticism can help you become a better human being, better professor, better whatever in your scheme of thing, and if you don't take it, sorry,
and better to think.
Yeah, correct. And it's like this. If you don't take those, then it is you're losing an opportunity to grow. That's one way. And the second way is, there's a saying that if you take every criticism, then you won't be able to reach where you want to reach. So you have to ignore things that is not helping you in your scheme of things. There are two ways. One is learn, grow, transform, move on. Second is ignore and move on. Make sense?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I want to close this slide by saying the biggest enemy of thinking is complexity. For that leads to confusion. Imagine, if I were to say, instead of saying I'm seeing you, I say, the light is going from here, reflecting back, forming an image. How does it look like? It's a complex process, right? So our ability as a human being, as an educator, is to simplify the process as opposed to complicate the process.
But how does one do that in sort of life situations? This is very simplistic. If I'm looking at him, I say, okay, I see you. I don't think how a ray of light is going, hitting him and coming back.
Correct.
In real
Correct.
life, I don't do that. But as you rightly say, in situations we do it. So in situations, how do we recognize that we are creating complexity? How do we recognize it?
Just by being aware of it. So for example, it's like this. The way I often practice is, what's the short term and the long term? My perspective is, if any of my thinking is creating a short term pain and a long term gain, I'll go for it. If it is a short-term gain and a long-term pain, then I may, think about it. And more often than not, people fall for the second one because they look for the instant gratification. So that's one of the tests to do that. Why think better? I want someone from the room to say, why do you think we need to think better? Why think better?
Because if you think better, the better is going to start happening to you.
Yeah, that's the consequence. But why think better? Because you can. If you can, then what stops you from thinking better? Imagine a 1%, if we improve our thinking by 1%, by the end of the year, we would have improved our thinking by 3,650 times, Why? Because the effect of compounding. Tomorrow, I'm no longer at the same place of thinking. I've improved by 1%, then 1%. So that's the value of compounding. It's just 1%, So that's the second point. And the other thing is, someone says, I can't think better. I can't think lateral thinking. I can't do analytical thing. I said, everyone at some point of time let's say Ralph Waldo has said it very beautifully. All great speakers were bad speakers first. So all great thinkers were bad thinkers first.
That's also a part of the thinking process, basically.
Correct.
Start thinking, you
Correct.
start thinking better.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, you can start it from today. Why from today? Why not from this moment, this very moment? So I don't know. I know it all to I don't know. I'm learning. I'm curious.
I think the people who know quite a lot, they will never sit and think everything. They know everything. Only people who do not know anything or very less, they will only claim that they know everything.
Correct. And those are the people who are impacting the society at large. 5% of the people are trying to manage the 95% of the imagine if I increase that base from 5% to 10 to 15 to 20%, and that's what we are trying to make an attempt. How can we help improve our thinking by a percent daily? So now we've looked at thinking, the perspective, why it is. Now we'll look at different kind of thinking. Critical thinking. So we think. Now we're saying we do critical thinking, which is we will be bringing an awareness to our thinking. We're going to critically analyze our thinking. So it is an adjective to your thinking. We're going to be a little critical. So when I mean just perspective. When you do anything critically, just think about it. What do you do additional from when you just do the thing? Okay, just think about it. I'll just pause for a couple of seconds and just think about it. Okay. Now we'll see what is a critical thinking. So here I'm taking help of dictionary. It says a philosophical examination of an argument. So if I'm saying anything, you can critically analyze what I'm seeing, which is what is the structure of my saying. There are certain facts.
कुछ programs लेकिन वो भी सकते हैं.
Yeah. So what is the structure of my thinking? What are the facts in what I am saying? What are the assumption in what I'm saying? What is the inference that you can make of what I'm saying? So those are, we're critically analyzing what I'm saying. So that's nothing but a critical thinking. So instead of being judgmental to what someone is saying, to your student is saying, why don't we get into a little deeper and analyze what are different aspects of what he's saying. Maybe in that, I mean, that's the reason why we are often told that instead of making a judgment, why don't we put ourselves into their shoes? And that their shoes is because they're coming from the space of those inferences, beliefs, situations, circumstances, experiences, So this is what I've said it. So the practical use of, I mean, why should we critically analyze our thinking? So the objective of critical thinking is not to reach truth or correct conclusion. It's useful in wherein people need to solve problem, look for the perspective, make decision. I mean, think about it in something like, we'll take an example, and then we'll think about it. Yeah. So we'll in the future slide we'll think about it. We'll take an example, and there's a way to do it. So how do we improve our critical thinking process? It's about being curious. It's about actively, respectfully questioning. There are 2 or 3 ways of questioning. Is why are you doing it versus what makes you do this. When I say what makes you do this, I'm curious. And the why word has a different connotation. Why for your own self brings curiosity in your own self. Why for others brings an intention which is not very constructive. Think about it in those sense. So the first step is as I said, actively questioning not only on the conclusion of what you're reading or hearing, but also on the assumptions. Be they may be open or the hidden assumption. So understand, what is the assumption behind that thinking process. And the second thing is between the lines and under the mental radar. So we often ignore between the lines. We often don't see round the corners. The difference between those 5% and 95% of the people is these two things. The great thinkers and the average and the normal and the average thinker is between the lines, the curiosity, the questioning, and seeing around the corners.
What does it mean by under the mental radar?
Assumptions, meaning your own. So, for example, let's say you're making something to me. So instead of thinking from a neutral standpoint, I'm thinking from my own perspective.
I think it is thinking very deeply, I suppose.
Yeah.
Instead of thinking superficially, it's thinking very deeply, basically.
Correct. We are actually putting our own situation. So, for example, if you tell me you are a social entrepreneur, sir, and I would say, okay, people do it for the sake of showing up to the world. I'm just thinking showing off. So that's I'm influencing what you are saying by my own state of being.
Yeah.
So
Can the others connect up? Somebody may want to say something on this.
Yep. Anyone from any other center have any other comment?
So good morning.
Yeah.
What center?
Abhishek Parekh from TTC Jodhpur.
Yeah. Yeah, TTC Jodhpur. Yeah.
Sir, I think this critical thinking consists of 4 elements.
Yeah.
Being honest with yourself at least.
Mm-hmm.
Then being objective in your thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And that thinking should be result oriented.
Mm-hmm.
And last but not least, it is asking the open-ended questions, sir.
Wonderful. You're right. We just want to clap for him. He's actually thinking. He's thinking the thinking session, which is great. Thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
If someone is a critical thinker, do you think that is there any distinguish between fact and opinion?
Say Jaipur. Yes, I'm getting.
Yeah, Jaipur, I'm hearing. Yeah. So
Sir,
the
if
question.
someone is a
Yeah, go ahead, please.
if someone is a critical thinker, do you believe that he's making or she's making distinguish between fact and opinion?
Absolutely. That's one of the component of a critical thinking. And we'll talk about it. So,
what would your
yeah?
So what do you think about it?
This question is that in case a person is is a critical thinker, so can he distinguish between the facts and then the opinions?
Correct. Yeah. So we're going to look into the element of critical thinking, and I think that's when I'll try to respond your query. So just hold on your thought for a few seconds. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. So we're going to look into it. The first element of critical or the ingredient of critical thinking is premise and conclusion. So, the critical thinkers, they break the argument into basic premise. What is your assumption and conclusion? And the second is the clarification of an argument. They kind of locate the ambiguity in argument. So for example, if I say, if I make an argument that this, I mean, how do I say it? I stay in Bangalore. So let's say I say Bangalore is a very polluted city. So I'm saying it, but am I saying it with facts? Is this statement substantiated by a fact, substantiated by a reason? So it's like making a statement, making your statement look like a fact. You know, oftentimes I mean, I'm saying when we all often habit of generalizing 1% of an activity as a generally available activity. So the statement would be, this country is I mean, not this country, but I'm saying a country A is a corrupt country. On what basis? I mean, just because 1% of the population is doing a thing, you're generalizing that 1% to be the action of 100%. You know, so that's an ambiguous argument. And we, instead of contradicting that, we should be able to, you know, distinguish in terms if we are doing a critical thinking.
I think again, you know, if you talk of
1% are holding more than 90% of the money actually. That's why we are
yeah, exactly. You see, if we say 1% are corrupt, those 1% they have the, you know, the option to become corrupt. The remaining people do not have the option to become corrupt.
Correct. Just to answer your point, just to answer. So instead of saying, just reframing. Instead of saying the whole country is corrupt, how about saying 1% of the people in the country is corrupt? No, there's a difference.
And have a huge influence.
Yeah. So that's what we're not debating. What you're saying is right or wrong. We're saying is, how do you put it? We are ignoring 99%. We're not talking about the impact of those 1%. We're talking about this as a statement, which is, you know, a little ambiguous.
You see, it is basically the mental or the mindset of the people living in that country. You see, 1% have the option to become corrupt, and they become corrupt. The remaining people do not get the chance to become corrupt.
Yes.
You know. So if they get the chance, will they become corrupt also? Maybe yes.
Maybe
yes.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But does that give us the right to say the whole country is corrupt? That is the issue.
Correct. And you know, if your arguments, I mean, think about if I critically analyze your argument. Sorry, yeah, it's on the lighter side. That's what I'm saying. If you analyze your argument, and we're not going to analyze it here because it's a debatable topic, but yeah, but if you analyze it, what are the different components into it? What are the things which made you conclude what you said? What are the facts? Okay, and what are the assumptions that you made to conclude what you just said? So if we break that argument, I mean, you could be right. Country A can be a corrupt, but then there are A, B, C, D, E to substantiate of what I'm saying. Okay, but if I say 1% of the people is corrupt, then that's a different statement, right? And there I'm saying by fact 1%. That's an absolute number, 1%.
Well, I think you talk of the opinions, you know. My perception is that in case you want to, you know, take any opinion, let us say, ask, let us say 10 people, if 7 of them they say that regarding something, that is more or less correct. You take any issue, you know, you talk to say 10 people, 100 people, let us say, you know, if 70%, 80% say that this is correct, it is normally correct. So,
you know what? This brings.
Because majority cannot decide what is true or what is false.
You know what?
Experience is that
you know, on a lighter side, one of the biggest lie in the world are spoken by statistical people. I mean, think about it, economists. I'm on a lighter side. Think about it. Of 1 billion people, they go and survey 100 people and make that as an opinion of 1 billion people. You know what I'm saying?
One statistical data to be correct. Recently, the government has
ban the notes and we have limit of 2000, 4000, and statistically they are thrown on the screen on different news channel that 100% people are supporting this.
No.
But they only
They have purchased the entire media, that is why they are saying this is.
Yeah. So
These-
but that's not the
Everybody is
reality. At the ground level, people are facing so many problems.
That's what I'm saying. You know, you
So
talk to
many
the
problems.
public.
Yeah, that's
Lots of problems. But
correct.
statistics say is 100% people supporting.
That is only the media fight. That's what it is.
So it's like someone is shaping your perception. Will this is a little controversial topic. Yeah. So
Perception.
Demonetization is based on the
Perception.
perception. What the government want to project, they are projecting.
That they put the media. But
Correct.
actually the real fact is that the people are facing lots of
Hardships, misses.
Yeah, hardship is
Okay,
there.
I think the
yeah.
discussion.
Well. So what you're saying is what we just said. Statistic of yeah.
Statistic where depends on the perception. When
Correct.
a group of 100 people say, yes, this is correct, then they are 100% correct.
No, it depends how you have chosen those 100 people.
Yeah.
If it is statistically done, then it is okay also.
Correct. So these are the critical components of what we're discussing. It's an interesting topic, and these are, you know, if you critically analyze it, you will be able to articulate and critically think about any aspect. So for example, let's say and we'll think about it in a little later, different aspect of thinking, wherein right now what you're thinking, I may shift you from A to B type of thinking. So we'll look into a lateral thinking where you're saying it's all troublesome, but then I'll say, okay, stop thinking about troublesome, you get into another level of things. So we'll do that. But these are the key components of critical thinking, you know, which is you critically analyze it and structure them or bucket them into a different category so that it helps you become more efficient and effective in your argument. So I mean, just a simple example, let's say gold is metal, therefore it conducts electricity. What is the assumption here? Yeah, that's an assumption, and the assumption is not mentioned. So gold is a metal is stated as a fact, and the assumption is what you just said, and the outcome is that it conducts electricity. So that's how you critically analyze it, connecting the dots. Yeah,
It's like syllogism.
it's like
Syllogism.
yeah. So I'll just take a simple personal example. My kid, let's say he was eating fast food, and I wanted to influence him, hey, stop eating fast food. And then I said, how can I influence him? Because if you tell him it's an order, and people generally don't listen to an order, the kids, they are on their own. They start crying, they don't listen to you. The other thing that I find is he loves environment, and he loves saving water, and specifically because I have observed his behavior that whenever there's a tap is on, he's the first one who's going to go and close the tap. So I said, can I connect this to what he likes, to what I want, which is good for his health? So that's an example. And this is again, this is not my example in the sense these facts I've taken it from internet. Yeah. So to save 5,000 liters of water, you either don't shower for 3 months, or don't flush your toilet for 6 months, or don't eat one hamburger or one non-vegetarian burger. So since this fact was available in the context of the US, I just try to make it look here. So the point is, while I was telling him, hey, don't do this, he wasn't listening it. But when I associated it with something which he cares about, he listened. So if you want to influence your student, think about what they care about. If you want to influence your kids, future generation, think about what they care about it, and then try to connect the dots and see the difference. That's the power of thinking. Yeah.
One hamburger spends 500 liters of water. 500 liters.
It's like, it's like we'll get into a non-vegetarian stuff, but the point is, if you look into it, the water that is consumed to breed, not the boil, to breed, to breed from the beginning. So there are different these ham farms, etc. So from the point they are breeded to the point they reach to the point of consumption is what he's talking about, is this much of water is used.
That must be statistical.
This is statistical evidence.
One burger, it has many, pieces basically. So just for one thing is 5,000 liters of water.
No, it's not about the bread. It's about the meat.
They must have tracked the animal from birth, how much water he consumes, divided it by X number of liters by the amount. Say this is 260 grams. If you extracted 2 kilos of meat,
Life cycle assessment.
Life cycle assessment. Yeah.
There must be a statistical data on
with a lot of, but then you can see the plants also, they are also taking a lot of water, probably they have.
That is true, but what is being done is you are growing those vegetarian things or stuff as it is for those animals to consume.
But they're taking the water from the ground also, no? They plants.
That's precisely the point that I'm saying.
but those they maintain life cycles. Yes. You see, so does this create a life cycle balance?
Through critical water consumption, we can also.
No, I have read this also, but it seems a little unbelievable.
No, even like in Punjab, they talk about rice growing. Like we've depleted, we have reached the aquifers because we are growing rice. Now, Punjab is not a rice growing area at all.
Right.
So why have we reached the aquifers? Because I think 1 kilo of rice takes 1,500 liters of water or something. There is these statistics as well.
And
top of this paperless office is a bullshit basically. If you use the the computers basically, they're including more sort of this.
So through critical thinking, we can inculcate the feel of environmental conservation in our society as well.
Yeah.
Correct.
So, but it is upsetting right now.
Yeah, I very quickly, I think last in my apartments, we talk in Bangalore, there is a huge pollution issue. Yeah. So in just another example, quick example, it's a personal example. In our apartment, we're talking about waste segregation and waste disposal. So what we were doing is we were segregating the waste and someone was picking up the waste and disposing it somewhere else. And it was costing X. Now there's a guy who came in, he said, I'm not only going to dispose your waste, but process it and then dispose it. And that's going to cost around 20x. And he gave an example, you spend this on a burger, and people were offended. So, I mean, the reason I'm giving this example is if he would have said it in a way what others care and linked to an advantage, the argument would have been. So we reframed it. We practiced the reframing in the previous session, but reframed it and then we got over it. But the point here is it's not about the validity of the argument. It's about what my son cared and what I want, him because of his, better health. Fast food is not good. We don't get into statistics of why it's not good or not, but it's not, I feel it's not good. So in my context, it's not good. I want him to stop eating it. How do I, reframe it in such a way that he stops eating? That's the concept. Yeah. This is the critical thinking traits. Thinkers deliberate. They think carefully. Okay. They recognize, sorry, is there someone asking? Okay. The strong thinkers are able to recognize complexities and work within them. They're curious in nature. So I become curious. So when you say, let's say, for example, for an argument's sake, you said, I don't believe in this. I become curious. What makes you, believe that it doesn't work in this way? So I'm not offending you by saying it doesn't work. I'm becoming curious. So critical thinkers are curious. So again, I'm making requests to all of you and also the people in different centers. Make one trait that you like, that resonate with you, and see how you're going to practice that trait. Because it's not only about delivering information to you. It's about taking one single insight which you think can change the way you think. So just pick one. Yeah. And the next is they're reflective. This is more of a seeker. They want to know more. Communicate clearly and logically. Instead of saying, I don't believe in it, and making it as an argument, I say, hey, this is why I think I don't believe in it. They're open to multiple point of view, which is in the last session, we talked about growth mindset. They demonstrate integrity, which is I'm not arguing for the sake of an arguing. I'm not arguing you because I don't like you. I'm arguing because I believe that this statement is in this way or that way. Yeah. So at times, the other critical thing I want to spend a minute on it is they habitually question his or her own opinion. So if I say I don't believe in it, I mean, what makes me not believe into this? Have I explored enough? So for example, my cousin brother said, hey, our ancestors were very crazy. They used to believe that crossing people is going to shorten people. Something we say कि अगर इसको डांक लिया बच्चे को तो इसकी हाइट नहीं बढ़ेगी. Superstition. So he was saying our ancestors were very superstitious people. I said, instead of branding, did you ever got into became curious as to why they're doing what they're doing? I mean, why they're saying it? Why? So the point, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying, did you ever become curious as to why they're doing what they're doing? Because when you become curious, you become a better critical thinker. And that not helps you in this thinking, but also in your future growth.
They were not superstitious. They were they wanted to to not to do those things basically, and that is why sometimes they give such examples that people do those things. So maybe those were the reasons, but different because sometimes letting people know, the very simple minded people know. Sometimes you have to tell them in a very different fashion.
Simplify things. So they were essentially simplifying it for you to not to. It might hurt you. It might cross the energy, whatever. But to simplify things, because if they tell you, people won't listen. So they'll tell you if you don't cross it. So that may be their intention. So instead of branding them as superstition, we got to think, that way.
They were saying that if you sleep under a tree in the night, तो चुड़ैले होते हैं. वो चुड़ैले जो होते हैं वो ना कावड़ ऐसे छोड़ते हैं.
Yeah.
किसी को समझ आएगा नहीं कावड़.
That's right.
तो वो चुड़ैले का उनको बचाते हैं.
Yeah. Even the earlier like हमारे बुजुर्ग they should take water and put it around the plates. So even now you do it. But why they did it? Because they used to sit on the floor, कीड़े चढ़ जाते थे. So you would put water around your plate, insects would crawl in the dark. Now you sit on the dining table, you're still doing it. Nobody really analyzes why one does it still.
So they are not critical thinkers.
They are not critical thinkers. That's right. Yeah.
So we'll just skip one exercise which I wanted to do, but short of time. So essentially, instead of doing this, huh? Yeah, I mean, it's just a small game,
Let's do it.
Yeah. So also centers, different centers, just see if you can do it. Maybe you don't have to form a group, you can mentally do it. So the idea here is look at the pictures at the right corner. The first one begins a story that incorporates whatever happens to be on the assigned photo. The next student continues the story incorporating their photo and so on. And then as you saying it, I'm more of an observant. I will see how things going on. So idea is you see a picture and you form an opinion. Okay, you share that opinion, and then the next one, he or she adds something to that story and share an opinion with the other one. So the beauty of it is what you thought and what finally comes out, it'll be a very different. And sometimes it becomes a very funny game in a sense that you never thought that, hey, someone else could think on these angle. So do you want to quickly do it, if you don't mind? Yeah.
मुझे लगता है कि ये जो टीचर जो पढ़ा रहे हैं बच्चों को तो पढ़ा दिए साथ में बच्चों को डेमोन्स्ट्रेट भी करें क्या पढ़ा रहे हैं.
See, I don't do the story.
The teacher engages in the class, the students are engrossed in the subject.
No, so are we all supposed to give a different version of?
No. You can add, you can contradict, you can see. Yeah. You can contradict. We don't have, the idea is you don't have to influence by the opinion of the first one. Inadvertently, you will get influenced, but avoid not being influenced.
The teacher is teaching to the class, he's teaching, and then simultaneously he's demonstrating the same thing also. Something is, like demonstrate what he's teaching. So that's why.
The class is studying the concept of a project type.
That's your doing something.
Project. Yeah. Hello?
Me? I think they are playing the same game. They're writing on a piece of paper, the teacher shows, and then wherever it goes, that child takes and adds to
Yeah.
based on his own thinking, and then he passes on to the next one.
I think teachers throw a paper or lazy student.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. You want to say something?
Students getting some problem, and by throwing the piece of paper.
Well, it could well be that it is also a part of the lesson, as said, but the children were also kind of drooping and getting sleepy. So by suddenly getting the whole class is woken up.
So the interesting thing, same picture, same processing system. Everyone has the same processing system, brain, your neural network, all of it, but different output. Someone is saying he's telling you the essence of gravity. He's teaching you the gravity lesson, gravitational force lesson, and he's throwing it and telling you. Someone is saying he is throwing on to a lazy student, and someone is saying he's waking people up.
Yeah.
So someone is different perspective. Yeah.
The people who are lazy, they will think of the lazy people.
Yeah, that could add on.
So this is another point. This is another point. Your thoughts defines your world. Your world defines your action, and your action defines the result. Anyone from the center, please.
Let's not conclude that, because that's again against the basic concepts of reading.
No, I'm just sharing, his way of perspective.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
TTC.
Yeah, TTC, please.
TTC Jodhpur, it's Malti Ankodia. I think the teacher, without getting disturbed, he wanted his students to pay attention him whatever he is reading out.
Okay. Yeah. Attractivity. Yeah. So the idea is you can critically look into it. you can have different assumptions, you can have different conclusion, you can create facts. So that's how you critically analyzing it. Like you made a statement, जो जैसा है वैसा सोचेगा. That's your analysis. I'm just saying. So there are different ways of analyzing the same thing. So the idea is not to, we're not arguing. We're simply critically analyzing a statement at our own level of thinking. Yes. So we move on to the next one. Yeah. So these are some of the insightful questions which can help us. So first thing is, in analyzing any information or thinking critically. So these are approaches very quickly. Is our data information sound and accurate? So instead of saying, is your data is incorrect, I may say, hey, is your data or information sound and correct? How do we know for sure? Do you have a information which can substantiate? Have your assumptions been tested? What are the possible consequences of a particular course of action? So instead of saying your action is wrong, your action is detrimental, how about saying, have you thought about the consequence of your action? What's at the back of our or other people's mind? What's making them think the way they're thinking? What would we ideally like to happen without known constraints? How can we make things better, more efficient, and more effective? I mean, if someone is having a point of view, instead of saying your point of view is wrong, how can we make him critically analyze? So this essentially helps us a lot in our day-to-day conversation, in our day-to-day communication, in our day-to-day actions and leading our own life. Yeah. So this is something we'll share it. So this is, you can actually, gather information, assess, explore, and then decide instead of, simply making a decision and opinion. So we'll move on to quickly the analytical thinking. So now we learned about critical thinking, critically analyzing. This is analytical thinking is another way of thinking where helps you gather information, articulate, and solve a complex problems. Here the objective is to solve a problem analytically. Ways to improve your analytical thinking, you solve numbers problem, you solve puzzles, you read, you reflect, expand your horizon, meaning expand from the topic what you are very well conversant with, search for connection, paying attention to detail, be curious. So these are some of the ways. Few games again. So this is an interesting one. I mean, this is a way to disrupt the way you've been used to thinking. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. How about saying it opposite? So you're actually disrupting the way you've been used to thinking. And that's the way to improve your own thinking process, which is to think differently, So this is another interesting game. I don't know if you use Apple, but think about, we've been used to seeing Apple that we don't know how does it look like, whether the bend is from the left or the right, So anyone want to make an attempt, which is the right logo of Apple?
Right hand side, the last one.
Yeah.
The sixth one is.
Yeah, you're right. Good.
See,
That's where. I mean, the point is, you're right. It's like you've been more aware and observant. So clap for yourself.
I have never used an Apple product, but this was very excellent.
And so the point is, there would be people who've used the Apple product throughout their life but have not observed it, and there are people who have not used it but still observe it.
And the centers, anybody mentioned it? Anybody else? Yeah, maybe you can add. At the center.
Yep. Anyone from the center? Any observation? Any comment? Any guess?
Sir, all logos are wrong.
All logos are wrong.
The last one, but there is a little bit curve at the bottom. There should be a little bit curve. Curve is not there. The last one.
Yeah, that's
there should be a little curve.
That's a critical analysis. That this.
First is mirror image. First is a mirror image.
That's true.
Yeah.
This one is a mirror.
But this is another way of, getting deeper into, the facts, the figures, the dimensions, etc. Yeah.
And the first
Good
one.
one.
The second line. Thank you.
So the first one in the second line looks like a mirror image.
Mirror image, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
First one in the second line
It's the mirror
is
Yeah, yeah.
the mirror image of the real image.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we move on to another type of thinking.
So are you gifting us an apple for this?
We will send your address, and we have our Mr. Alok, who's Mr. Alok and Kamna madam, who are responsible for the session.
Yes, sir. Sir, name is already there. Thank you, sir. This is another example of critical thinking so far.
Yeah. Wonderful. I loved it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. We'll certainly, if we have the email addresses, we'll do some random stuff. We'll send the gift. Yeah, great one. Yeah.
Just take it by and send it.
Yeah. So now we move on to another thinking. So we thought straight. First we thought how to think. What's the value of thinking? We thought two type of thinking, and now we're saying rubbish those. Let's think from a different angle, laterally, which is sideways. Yeah, we'll quickly do it. Yeah. So it's the phrase coined by Edward de Bono as a counterpoint to a conventional or vertical thinking. So, it's something like someone came in and said, I don't believe in this thinking. And this is why I don't believe in, and this is why I believe in this thinking. So, it's a thinking, it's a way of thinking. So a small puzzle on the right corner, remove two matchsticks from the figure to make two square remain. Can anyone make an attempt?
What do we have to do?
Make two matchsticks. So this is like, you have a set of matchsticks which are forming squares. So I'm saying remove two matchsticks so that it becomes the two square. Anyone, any participants wants to?
Can you ask on the?
Yeah.
Ask on the. Just connect with.
Yeah. Anyone wants to make an attempt? Anyone from any other centers want to make an attempt to try and solve this? You'll have to think laterally, sideways, no straightforward thinking. We'll just have 10 seconds. Okay. We'll move on. You continue. You can think about it and maybe send your response. Think about it. How you can remove two matchstick and make it look like two square. Yeah. Okay. We move on. So another fun game.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes. Which
This
center?
is Dr. Niyati from MITTR made it.
Yeah. Made it. Yeah. Please.
One of the participant in our group tried to make a square by removing two sticks.
Yeah. This is just Jodhpur. Yeah. Yeah.
Jodhpur, sir.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Excellent. Let's clap for him. Yeah.
The same is with
See,
ourselves.
what we appreciate more becomes more. So that's all.
It's courtesy Nisha Yadav.
Yeah, yeah.
Nisha Yadav, ma'am.
Wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, wonderful. Excellent. Yeah. So another fun game, just to improve the engagement and no, you participants. So why is it that in general the hair on the man's head goes gray before the hair on the mustaches goes?
Men can tell me.
ये जल्दी आते हैं बाद में आते हैं
Wow.
Any,
पहले आ जाते हैं
Can you ask from the centers?
yeah, anyone from the center? So that's why.
Yeah, mustaches grow later. That is why. At the age of 18.
Yeah. Yeah. You can continue to think. So there's no right.
There would be some white joke. There's no white joke. Because I surrender.
सर एक्चुअली जो है बेलन सर पे ही पड़ता है सर.
Good one. So we move on to first one because Alok has given me 7 more minutes to complete this session, yeah. And I got to honor. We'll share the experience in the end. So there are 4 aspects.
As compared to the other two.
I know.
Yeah, so there are 4 key aspects to lateral thinking. And we're just going to go through it, and in the end, we'll just figure it out, the insights from these 4 key aspects. First is the recognition of a dominant polarizing idea. So someone said the earth is flat. Someone from a lateral thinker, it's been existing. It's just that Edward Debano recognized that, yeah, there is a way to put it, structure it, and wrote a book on it. But it's been existing. So he laterally, this guy thought differently. Someone thought differently and said, no, it's different size. Someone then challenged another thinking. So that's one of the key aspect is the polarizing thoughts, which is the whole group of people or community or humanity said this is what it is, and then a gentleman came in and challenged the whole idea. The second is the search of different ways of looking at things.
But that was not a lateral thinking. The earth के flat की बात करते हैं. When they saw these ships coming from far off, in the ocean, the tip, it was coming firstly. So that is
a science, yeah.
That's a science basically.
Correct, and the idea is it was a way of concluding things, way of looking things differently, and yeah.
Scientific, and then he was able to find.
So he brought in the polarizing of ideas.
Yeah.
Everybody believed it to be flat.
Yeah.
Flat.
One man stood up with a polarized idea.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
that was not a result of his later thinking. It was all scientific.
Yeah, but he polarized it by bringing the thought process in.
Yes, it's like you're right, and that's a perspective. Perspective is you think it and then you justify it. So that's. And the third is relaxation of a rigid control of vertical thinking. This is what I think versus, hey, there's another way of looking at it. We'll look at the different example. The use of a chance. Another small game, So a man lives on the 10th floor of a building.
I know the answer, but I'll keep quiet.
So if you know it, just
I'll
every day he takes the elevator to go down to a ground floor to go to work or to go to shopping. When he returns, he takes the elevator to the 7th floor and walks up to the stairs to reach his apartment on the 10th floor. He hates walking, so why does he do it?
I think there is one answer, but I'm not sure that's right.
Why don't you make an attempt?
The thing is, he's not tall enough to touch the
Yeah.
button.
So that's why he's not finding a technical or scientific defect saying because lift does this, that. He's actually thinking laterally, saying maybe he is a dwarf, not tall enough, that he's not able to reach to the 10th button, and that's the reason he reached to the 7th button, and then he walks up. While going down, he presses 0 because 0 is this one.
I have
And
another answer.
yeah.
Maybe the lift is only up to the 7th floor. But he walks
It
up.
says it goes down. Never says
He
from
doesn't
10th
say he
he's
walks
taking the lift.
No. But he takes the lift from the 10th floor to come down. The man lives on the 10th floor. Every day he takes the elevator to go down.
To the
Yeah.
ground. It doesn't say he takes the lift from the 10th floor. It doesn't say that.
Yeah. Another perspective. Yeah.
Some say that he has got a girlfriend on the 7th floor.
And she comes at that time.
Yeah. Anyone from the center have a different perspective? A different one, not what has been said. No? Okay, we move on.
I think some of them.
Yeah. The second one, small. The second one is a quick one and a very common one. A death in a field. A man is lying dead in a field. Next him, next. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I think he was hit by the packet. He got hit by that packet only.
Okay, you are answering the second one. Yeah, I'll repeat the question. I'll remember your answer. Okay, so death in a field. A man is lying dead in a field. Next to him, there is an unopened package. There is no other creature in the field. How did he die?
So the first one is some package chicken.
Yeah.
There might be a knife. You said there is no other creature. You never said there is no other object.
Yeah, but what? How did he die?
He got hit by the packet itself.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He died of loneliness. There was no other creature around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Died due to surprise and anxiety that what is there in the package.
Yeah. Shock of what is this inside the package.
Yeah. That's fair. Someone said maybe he jumped from the airplane and he forgot to open the parachute, and that parachute is a package. I mean, that's another perspective.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay, great. Clap to yourself. Now, this is an interesting. We'll take a quick, unless Alok looks at me and says,
Okay, the last one.
last minute. Yeah. How do we do a structural lateral thinking? So the purpose of the structural lateral thinking is to simplify your thinking, which is like if I'm modeling my ways to think in a way, I'm agreed this is wrong. So what I do in this process is I tell, okay, now that's agreed and accepted. Move on to another way, which is now justify or substantiate all the points why it can be right. So essentially, I'm simplifying my process. I'm thinking one way, focused thinking. Second is you switch the thinking, one way to another way. Now we'll look into quickly. So white hat thinking, facts and information. So when people start making too much of an assumption, so instead of saying you making too much of assumption, we'd say let's shift to white hat thinking. Let's come to the fact. So that's a more a respectful way of switching to another way. And then red hat thinking it's like emotional thinking. I like this politician emotionally. I like it. Anything that I want to hear, against him, I won't believe in it. That's an emotional thinking. I love my country. I cannot take the criticism. So that's an emotional thinking. So if anyone is getting emotionally involved, we say, okay, let's move to the white hat thinking. Black hat, which is one of the most overused. You identify potential difficulties. If I tell you, can you be, if I tell you, can you be a next political leader? No, I don't have an experience. I don't have this. I don't have this. So that's why it is said we often overuse it. So in this case, I'll say, okay, let's move to another hat. So that's the way to give you a perspective and create a holistic, where you're using all these 6 different angles to formulate your opinion and decision. And yellow is an optimism. Why can't you do it? If a tea seller can be the head of the country, why can't you be? Just an example, just an optimistic statement. Green hat thinking is creativity, creative thinking, and the blue hat thinking is yeah.
Just a small thing that I would like to add. 20 seconds. Normally white is associated with something positive and black is associated with something negative. Now, I don't want to quote that because Mr. Sharma is he is the master of quotations. But there is a quote by Robert Mugabe.
Why don't you come this so that people can also.
Okay, the observation that I had was that white is always associated with something positive and black with seemingly negative stuff. And no, it's not a negative thought. Let me complete. And there is a quote by the controversial president of Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe, and I think people can just do a little bit of search what is said about the color black and white, how people refer to it, and his perspective. So just refer to that thought, and I don't want to quote it here, but just a perspective.
Yeah.
The other thing that I'd like to register is in martial arts we used to have the layers but starting from white to black.
Yeah, that's correct.
So the white in the sense it's immature.
Immature.
Starting stage.
Yeah. So
Right?
Black
is
is
exact
immature.
opposite of that of it's a mature, highly mature state. Black.
Correct.
He is perfect in martial art when he receives the black belt.
Yes.
And when he starts martial art, he receives white belt.
That's
The starting stage.
Starting stage of martial art.
Yeah. So yeah, just think about it. We don't have a time, but just a minute of thought on it. Let's say you're given a topic where we say, okay, can we introduce a new course in the 12th standard? Or can we introduce a lateral thinking in our curriculum? So instead of saying, something is getting on right now. I know few people are smiling. I know few people are not possible. But think about it. What is the first hat that you're wearing? So that becomes your dominant hat. That becomes your dominant way. So being aware of what you think most of the time, and then as I'm saying it, something else comes to your mind. That's your secondary. So that's how that's the way you can be aware of what is your dominant style of thinking, what is your second, what is your third, what is your fourth, and what is your fifth. And to become a better thinking, think about how can you balance that and think holistically. Because if you don't think with the facts, if you don't think with the caution, if you don't think with the creativity, if you don't think with the optimism, believe me, somewhere you're going to miss. Because until you're optimistic, we won't see so many entrepreneurs. People have a faith in the system. People are optimistic. That's why in spite of all the other 5 hats failing, people have become successful. because of the optimistic thinking. So similarly, the other way. Yeah.
Greg Chapman, the coach of Indian cricket, he tried all these 6 sides and he played very easily.
Correct. No, that's true. That's true. That's another way. Correct. There's an interesting thing. I don't know how to put it. There's a technique. There is a technique, and then there is an execution of a technique. Most of the time, when the technique fails, people doubt on the technique, not on the execution. Yeah. So this is an important factor. You know what I'm saying, right? Yeah. So maybe I'm not evangelizing that this is a great technique. All I'm saying, maybe execution was wrong. Maybe what you're saying is right. Yeah. Clap for you. Yeah. So now we'll just read 2 and then we're done with this. So the third thing is the Picasso painted more than 2,000 pictures. Edison conducted 9,000 experiments to develop the light bulb. Quantity matters greatly. It matters. You try. So optimistic. What is this showing? Which hat? Which hat? Guess. Yeah. Which is the optimistic one?
Yellow one.
Yeah. So I mean the point is, can you do it 9,000 times before it actually makes sense, before you become successful? Okay. So the other thing, the other value of 6 thinking hat is it helps you work in a group properly. So for example, let's say your dominating thinking style is creativity. The other person dominating thinking style is criticism, cautious. So you can wear that hat and you can form a group and then discuss. Believe me, that works really well.
As long as you work as a team, it's a
Yeah.
great team to have.
So these are references. So thank you so much for listening. We have another session in how many minutes? After lunch. Yeah, so thank you so much for listening. I hope it's been of value to you. And
215, I think.
215, yeah.
Just announce because they have to come.
Yeah, so I request people from different centers to be back by 2:10 so that we can begin our third session for today. And I thank each and every one of you for giving me an opportunity, second, listening, and third thing, I'll be hugely grateful if you can share what single insight from these 2 sessions which you think can impact your way of doing things, or an insight which you're going to practice from today. So if you share with me, that's an inspiration to me, something which is impacting in some way.
So for all the sessions, I have written something for all the speakers there. I can share.
Yeah. So Alok, in the end, I think we'll take the feedback, right, from the different session. Yeah.
That time we'll share something.
Yeah, Jodhpur Center. We'll take the feedback and
Yes,
we are
yes,
assimilating
that's what
that.
we want to do. Thank you.
Yeah, reflection. So we'll have that. Okay, thank you so much and clap for yourself. We'll see you in next 40 minutes or so.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I talk to one of the member of organizing team or the coordinator? Sir, I want to ask the timing of valedictory session.
The time is at 3:30.
It's between 3:30 and 3:45.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
ये तो ऐसा लगता है डायरेक्ट बोल देते हैं आप भी डायरेक्ट बोल दो ना हमने कुछ बोला ही नहीं
अब कितने बच्चों का हो रहा है टेस्ट?
Okay, we'll get started. Yeah.
Potential we have, we should expand it so that we can
Who told you?
have more influence in our life, positive influence.
Yeah.
When you get aware of your potential.
Yeah.
Awareness means awakening.
Okay.
So I'll call it here then. I'll talk to them. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Anyone from the center?
What did you ask? I missed that.
Expanding potential.
Yeah, what comes to your mind when you see the topic expanding potential?
Feeling limitless.
Okay.
I will
Okay.
not,
Sorry?
I will not say anything.
You can
Because I
say.
was the one who, suggested this topic.
Yeah.
I already have some thoughts in my mind.
No, just share your thoughts.
Should I share?
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to come here, do it.
I think it's basic.
You want to come here, Alok? Yes. Yeah, come.
I think, in my view, expanding potential is basically exploring and realizing your full potential, and maybe going slightly beyond that to, extend your boundaries.
Okay. Yeah. So to expand anything, you need to understand what the existing state of whatever you want to expand. So as Alok says, that is the awareness. As you said, awareness, realization. And the point that you made is once you realize it, you want to expand it because you want to make a greater impact. So that's what I took when Alok, said I need to present something on this expanding potential. So it's about you. The reason why it's about you is because if we don't expand our own potential, we'll not be able to expand the potential of others. So generally, I generally state an example in aircraft when you're flying. They say first fasten your seatbelt. First, put a mask on yourself before you try to save anyone else. So the idea, it's about you. And one point that Kamna mentioned, which I picked up from her, is limitless, and you is a limitless. And if you believe in that self, the concept of self, so it's, if you combine all of it, is real understanding, being aware of our existing potential, and then taking it and traversing towards the limitless journey, whatever may be your dream and desire. So the first step is I request everyone from the other center just to make a note of it. This is a session after lunch, and it becomes a little difficult because, people feel sleepy and it's the last day. So we just want you to be a little engaged. So I request everyone just to jot it down. What do you think is your potential? Think about it. Just jot it down. I invite everyone to do so. Yeah. Just a word that comes to your mind. Because when you write, see, there is a different process. Once you think, you have a level of awareness. When you write, level of awareness multiplies multiple times. And when you practice, then it somehow becomes you, part of your being, part of your neural network. So I'm requesting you to do the second step. Yeah, think about it. And the second is, do you think you can expand your potential? Someone rightly said, whether you think or you don't think, you are right. So if you don't think, chances are bright that you won't be able to do it. Anyone from the center want to share anything?
Or the answers to these questions.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Wonderful. Good afternoon to you. Where are you from?
Sir, TTC Jodhpur.
Okay. Hi.
Hello, sir. Sir, the answer to your first question is, if you are asking me as a person, so I feel I have three potential, I can make my presence felt to others. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. Very much audible.
Second is that continuous efforts in my life, never give up. And third one is I can overcome my fears.
Wonderful. And do you think you can expand on these potential, whatever your definition of potential?
So potential is your ability to do in a balance of your mind and body.
Okay. And can you expand? Can you expand whatever potential you have, whatever you think your potential are?
Yes, sir. It can be extended to any limit, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Now, the third thing is, like you mentioned the three. Okay,
yes,
someone would have mentioned 5 or 6. I invite you to pick one area in which you want to expand your potential. I mean, the idea is we're not talking about taking multiple things from here. Take single insight, an insight that can change the way you think, you behave, you live, you perform, you deliver. Just pick one thing.
So for this, you have to go again to my first potential that I told, that I can make my presence felt. In itself, it is that next time I need not make my presence felt to others. That is the expansion of my potential.
Wonderful. Round of applause for him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Wonderful. Anyone else? Just, yeah. So there's a comment from the audience that they're feeling your presence, which is good, which is a testimony to the fact that you have the potential. So it's been validated.
I'm glad. Thank you so much. I'm boosted.
Good. Anyone else from any other center? Has anyone any comment? We'll just take one more before we move forward. Yeah, okay.
Government Polytechnic College Uttarakhand.
Yeah, Government Polytechnic College Uttarakhand. Anyone wants to make a comment?
Sir, I think I have a potential of making the other person positive, a negative person to change into a positive person.
Wonderful.
And if I expand my potential, sir, maybe I will become a meditation yoga teacher in future.
Wonderful. Yeah. And you know, this is an interesting point. So for example, you have a potential to create a positivity in other people's life, to impact other people's life positively. Imagine if you were to expand, which means you're impacting 3 people. I mean, there are different ways to look at it. Imagine if you're making an impact to 3 or 4 people. Expanding meaning you're making now to 10, 20, 30,000, 2,000, a million people. Or the other way to look at it is you increase the influence in such a way that the level of impact that you're making multiplies. You know what I'm saying? So just round of applause to her. Thank you. So the other way to look into it is, you know, someone rightly said, you are an institution in itself and you are the CEO of your life. And one of the goal of you is to becoming a better version of yourself. And I extend it further that, at least in my case, I want to die as the best version of myself, which is the continuously becoming better you. So this is what Kamna mentioned. It's unlimited. I mean, she can make a positive impacts to million or billion people. You don't know. That's a limitless. So it says something about you. You have an immeasurable potential. The only limit you must overcome are the limits you place on yourself. You can go as high as your dreams will take you. You know, someone asked an interesting question. Who do you think is your biggest enemy? And the answer was yourself. Why? Because you are the one who defines the limit. I mean, those definitions can be influenced by society, but you are the one who puts those limits on you. So, I mean, the idea, one of the objectives of this session is how do we, you know, you may think that you can expand to 2x, 3x, 4x. And my objective is to make that expansion limitless. It's just to share you the perspective that there is a possibility and probability of going to an aspect where the expansion is limitless. Now, the other point that she made is how to tap into your potential to live a better life and help others. So just think about it. I mean, it's about this, you have the potential, but if it is not realized, if it is not, I mean, imagine let's say you are a great teacher, but if you are not teaching it, then what's the use of that teaching? So think about it. How can you make an impact through your potential? Because when this is like finding a purpose for what you're doing. And once you find a purpose, you become a self-driven. You experience the expansion within. And the second is why you want to realize your full potential. Yeah. So anyone from the center, can you think about why you want to realize your full potential? I mean, share why you want to realize your full potential. Anyone from the center?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
This is from JIM, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sir, if I am multitasking.
What's your good name?
If Athirek God.
Akhilesh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, tell me, please.
Okay. If I think I am multitasking,
that
is my potential to the large limit of my extended values of belief. And
okay.
if I'm multitasking, I'm actually giving an example to someone that if I am doing something without hesitation, without any hard easiness, so I'm capable of doing these kind of things. So you can do it. That is my full potential. And I'm realizing it, that I can do that.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. And the third point is how to incorporate key principles into your life that will help you reach your highest goal. So, somehow the potential is also linked to the goal. I mean, someone has a potential to become a greatest singer. Maybe the goal is to become the world-class singer. So if you look into it, this potential in some way is related to your highest goal, well-being, or whatever you want to call that. Yeah. This is something which I find very inspiring, which is dream big dreams. Don't focus on where you are today. Keep a positive vision and see yourself accomplishing your goal and fulfilling your destiny. It's about visualization. Your happiness depends on reaching your full potential. Abraham Maslow, who is the accomplished psychology, he believes that unfulfilled potential leads to an incomplete life. And this leads us to around 95% of the people die with the music still inside them, which is they don't realize the potential. So here's a piece of request. Don't die with your music inside. I was reading a book, and the book is titled The Top 5 Lessons That Came from a People Who Gave Those Lessons Just Before They Died. So I don't remember the name of the book, but it says something similar. And most of them were the corporate czars. I mean, they achieved the position in the corporate sector. And when it was asked to them, have you become what you wanted to become? Have you lived the life that you wanted to live? Most of them said no. Someone said they wanted to be painter. The other said they wanted to spend more time with the kids. Someone said they wanted to travel across the globe. Someone said they wanted to, a swimmer. But most of them ended up doing what they've been doing it, which is leaving the music inside. Now the question comes up, we have already reached a certain stage in our life. And if we are challenging this, then we are asking, hey, can we switch the career? Can we do something? So the point is not that. The point is, can you still practice your dream with being in what you're doing right now? So now we'll look into the key attributes of expanding your potential. The first thing is you need to have an intention. Intention to expand your potential. And I mean, you've taken the first step. You're attending the session. You have the intention. But do you have a strong enough intention to practice whatever insight you pick from the session? So personal growth, this is not a motivational session. And personal growth is not a one-day process or 45-minute process. It's the continuous process. So whatever insight you pick up, whether you want to journal about your potential, whether you want to reach your goal, whether you want to acquire a wellness, whether someone said wants to become a yoga teacher, whatever, you have to practice it. And without practice, you cannot, you can just come here, get inspired, and then next day if you start living the same way, then it's like living the same year again and again in the same way. So it's about action. Now I invite you to pick up any action that you think you need to take to move to expand your potential, whatever potential you've chosen. First thing is intention. So you need to have an intention. If you don't have an intention, no one in the world can help you. If you just come here and sit, nothing is going to move. So just take few seconds and write an action that you want to take. And as you're writing, don't worry about making mistakes. Robert Schuller puts it, what would you attempt to do if you know you wouldn't fail? So when you're writing about the action, don't think about the hurdles. And be aware that growth is not easy. So is the expansion. Everything worthwhile comes with a price. And the price could be your hard work. Someone mentioned yesterday, doesn't like to get up early in the morning. That's the price. You have to do things that you don't like. Be ready to pay that price, but always remember that faith trumps the fear. If you have the faith you can, then you will. The second attribute of expanding your potential is living with the awareness. I mean, being aware of your potential and being aware of the growth or the expansion of your potential. So the good way to experience this attribute is, let's say, for example, you do a one push, you're able to do a one push-up. So that's your potential. If you do one push-up 3 days in a row, second day you would realize that you're able to do a 2 push-ups. And if you practice, if you're aware about the growth, you would realize that a day come when you're able to do 100 push-ups. I mean, my own example, first time I did, let's say, Surya Namaskar, around 5 Surya Namaskar. And then I continued practice it. Now I do 108. So the point is the continuity. Yeah. And being aware of the growth. And the other thing, other thing that I strongly believe in tell is your associations. So, for example, let's say if I want to do a push-ups, imagine if I live among the people who are practicing the same thing, I'll certainly do more of that, or maybe I'll be able to do it in more effective way. Yeah. So, as what James Russell said, no one can produce great thing who is not thoroughly sincere in dealing with himself. Now, I'll just pause for a few seconds and invite people in different centers if you have any points or comment to make. Anyone? Okay. Now, the third aspect of expanding a potential is the consistency. So, there is a saying that small daily incremental act towards your potential goal will lead to a sizable expansion achievements of your goal. So George Lorimer said, you've got to get up every morning with the determination that you're going to go to bed with satisfaction. That's the consistency, which is a daily act without fail. I mean, let's say if you want to get up early in the morning, there would be a chance, there would be a probability or a chance that you would sleep late some days. But if you're consistent that you want to get up early in the morning, come what may, and do your exercise, then the chances are bright that you would. So that's the value of consistency. And the next is your association and environment. So you become your association. Someone rightly said that you are an average of 5 people you spend most of your time with. So imagine it's like this, right? If my environment, the place where I work, if it is a cluttered, what does it say about me? If my environment says I want to eat healthy food, but I stuff my refrigerator with fast food, we're not creating that environment of what we want to practice.
Does that include family, or this is the people you choose to be with?
The people you choose to with.
Means your friends are not good at food selection.
I mean, yeah, it could be this. If you want to, let's say, if you want to say you want to have a healthy, if you want to have a healthy eating habits.
You have to teach them. Because it's after all average.
Yeah.
Until you are going to change those 80% of like that, you cannot change yourself.
Is it?
I would say like this, change your associations. It's like this, right? I mean, it automatically happens. So for example, during college days, I had a different set of people who were my friends. When I started working, I had a different set of people. When I realized something, I want to live a healthy life, then I started having but the change began with me. And then I started building that. There was so much of a determination that it led me to be associated with the people who are going to help me support in my expansion.
Means you are changing friends then?
Sorry?
Means you have to change the friends then?
It happens automatically. I mean, it's like this. I'll just give you an example.
No, but suppose your friend is not good at meeting habits. Okay. Then will you change it? Or will you?
No, I'll change myself. I'll change myself, and with the effect, either he changes or I'll find someone else. So it's like this. I mean,
but other qualities of the friend are very good. I don't want to change my friends.
Then it's more like it's more like an adjustment. So it's like this. In the morning, I exercise, right? And I would like to be associated with the people who exercise in the morning. But I have a lazy friend. So during my exercise regime, I'll have a friend, I'll have an association who exercise. He's good in another thing. He's good in reading. So when I want to practice reading, maybe he becomes my associations who is positively influencing me.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah.
Pratyush, can you hear? Hello.
Yeah. Just.
Pratyush, can I ask a question?
Yeah. Please. Which center?
Yeah, Udaipur.
Excuse me. There's someone asking the question from a center. Udaipur.
You were saying about rearranging your surrounding. So in case of your friends and your office colleagues and all that, you can rearrange. But what about family, which is very static, and it does not fit into the whole formula of rearrangement? What do you say about it?
So that's what I said. It's not your family and environment. I said your associations and environment, and associations are essentially your friends, because it's like this. I mean, it's a good perspective what's coming to you. I mean, imagine we spend close to 9 to 10 hours working in the environment, which is like 1/3 of, more than 1/3 of your day. More so, and if you further put it into a waking hour, so it's more than 70 to 80% of your waking hours. So now the point is, who influences you from your environment standpoint? Is it a family, or is it your people who you work with, your friends who you play with? And the other perspective to look into it, maybe I'll ask Kamna to state an example. If you want to take can I have a permission to take your? Yeah. So she's a very adventurous lady. She goes out for the adventurous trips. But your husband has a different hobby. He doesn't go. So they've given a space to each other. You want to share something of that kind? Yeah? So this is an example.
There should be some warning also underlining. This is not applicable to your wife or your husband.
She will state that warning.
Exceptionally, I have also same questions. Let me add on here.
Yes.
We
come here. Why don't you come here?
No. Just I want to add one question for you.
Yeah.
Because simultaneously you can reply both questions.
Yes.
What's problem here? We are talking about some changes in yourself or something, but that time you never think about who is related to you, like your family, like your friends, like your colleagues where you're working. So if you want to change your behavior, your nature, or anything, so might be side effect can be come on other people's. So we should have to think about them also.
Surely. As Pratyush said, he wants me to cite my example. Now, most of our careers have gone by with doing what was required by us, through the social pattern. You have a family, You have to go through your education, then your college, then a career, then family, then looking after children. I think most of us have gone through this. But we have our innate desires and passions and things that we connect with. So adventure probably was one thing. We went trekking in school, and right through 30, 35 years, it just disappeared. Now there came a time when you have that space, right? Now, and of course, I like to read and study Zen, and if there is a camp, I like to go and attend. Now there was this huge anxiety with my family, particularly my husband, that if I go to places like this, I will become detached. So I will de-link from work, I will de-link from family, and obviously family responsibilities, which is not strictly true. And also in adventuring. Now he doesn't enjoy being uncomfortable. When you adventure, you are walking, you sleep on the floor, you don't have good bathrooms. So there was this huge disconnect. Now, as you rightly say, it can create stresses in the family. So, how can you go off on your own? And I also need a holiday. So how will our holidays happen? But these things you have to face. Now I had two options: either to kill my whole passion and my sense of adventure and conform to the system, which I'd already been doing for 50 years of my life, or take a stand and say, okay, let's come to a meeting place. What is it that empowers you? And I will support you in that. And this is a great desire I've carried for 50 years. And where can you support me on this? So, of course, safety was an issue. People have genuine issues. My husband had genuine issues, How can you 3 women walk off like that into the mountains with no security? Kuch ho gaya, then what? So how does one balance out, make a person feel secure and comfortable, and then find a matching place where it is a win-win for both? So you do this and I will support you, and I really, really want to do this, and you want me to be happy, right? If I feel frustrated and I feel I'm being cheated, and actually a position came and I felt the system was cheating me because I was constantly working, constantly looking after children, it drains you out. You need something to energize and empower you. So I think to answer your question, you have to deal with it. You cannot just walk off. You probably would create more stress.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
Sometimes, see, you are the lady who are not completely dependent on your husband or family. But most of the ladies are completely dependent on husband only.
Let me correct you, I have no money.
No,
I am completely dependent on my husband for everything. We come from a joint family, very conservative. I have never got a salary. I've been working 37 years. So if today I need money, I have to go and ask him. I have no shame for it. I know he will look after me. I have to conform to societal systems. I have never put my foot down. Where is my salary? No, I'm not misunderstanding you. You're right. You're right. It is a mental frame. We are all dependent on each other. My husband is also dependent on me because we live in a system.
That relation is bilateral.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But I'm only coming from a space, like you rightly say, we need to put it in perspective for each other. So, thank you.
So, what that perspective is, living with an agreement. Just want to give a clap for her. And there are many such examples.
Kamna has been very patient with it.
Yeah.
I have done things especially related to
You want to come here? So we have many such examples.
Yeah, I think the perspective that I wanted to share was that Kamna has been very patient with, waiting for almost like up to the age of 50 years to sort of expand the potential. I was, as a young man, I didn't know what wellness was, to be very frank. I was focused on physical fitness only. And it was very important and dear to me. And when I got married, I spoke to my wife because it was very important for me. So I just explained to her that I want her also to be physically fit, all the time. And in her family, the eating habits or the lifestyles were much more relaxed or, very different from where I came. But we discussed and we both agreed. And, it's not about me trying to impose my will on my wife. She has got, other very brilliant characteristics from which I have also learned. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that it's not that you cannot bring that change in the family also. And like the family is an exceptional case. No, it's not. If you have the dialogue, if you have the will to resolve those things, and if you want to bring, the good things and expand the potential in whatever way you aspire to, then I think you can discuss and find solutions for that.
Absolutely. Round of applause for Alok.
Actually, why I asked this question, because coming 25th July, I am going to get married.
So, congratulations for your wonderful life.
Only five days.
एक हिंदी में कहा होते हैं, शादी के लड्डू जो होते हैं ना, जो खाए वो भी पछताए, जो न खाए
बेहतर है कि
खाके पछताओ।
पछताने के बाद बात करेंगे।
So you'll see it's possible. I mean, you can discuss, and after discussing, I mean, just in a short example of mine. Yeah.
Because I have a different passion. See, I have a different passion. So you have to merge both passion at the same platform.
Or you can execute both of your passion with certain agreements, and agreements meaning not legal agreements, but discussion, by discussion. Because our marriage framework, at least in India, it's not on legal agreement. So just an example, I mean, in my case, when I started running, and I used to go outstation to run. So first, people said running is a very economical sport. And then when I started going out, so every run would cost, let's say if I go out and I fly, it costs, 20. So people said, no, you're going to different city to run, leaving family, So there was a lot of resistance. And then I continued doing it consciously, unconsciously. But I wanted my wife to be also in the sports, in certain form of sports. So somehow I continue to, feel that and start sharing it, considering that she may get influenced one day. So in 2015, she got influenced and she said, okay, she wants to be a yoga teacher. She became a yoga teacher and she conducted a class for, let's say, 70 students. And then she felt the pride, she got she got excited. And now she's doing an advanced teachers training program, which is going to take her to another level. So the point I'm trying to say is, initially there was a lot of resistance for my own passion, which was running and sports and yoga. And when I supported her in what she wanted, I mean, I have when she was doing a TTP, which was she went to outstation. I was taking care. I have a 2 kid. And my daughter was 2-year-old at that time. So, you can imagine what it takes to take care of 2 kids, and then both fight and all of those difficulties. So when I supported her, then she got a sense, okay, I'm also going to support. So initially there was a resistance from her side if I was going out or spending money. Now that resistance has subsided. The fact that she realized, if I'm supporting her in her passion, she's supported. So it's the mutual evolution. Yeah. And the relationship is not about adjustment. Compromise is something which pulls you back or down. It's about growing together. Yeah, anyone from any of the center wants to say anything?
Everything is very excellent.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can I from Udaipur?
Yeah, Udaipur. Yeah.
You have limited this discussion to husband and wife relationship only. See, there is a very important element of children. You have rightly brought the element of children, but sometimes you have to hold children in order to allow your children to expand. What do you say about it?
I'm not able to get. Can you repeat the question for me?
Yeah. So see, sometimes you have said that the incremental would lead to the sizable, right? So you keep your patient alive every day, but sometimes you have to hold your patient in order to allow your children to expand.
Did you get?
The older passion or better children expand. I think so. You have to hold your passion to let your children expand.
Or grow. Yeah, I mean, it's an example of Kamna, right? She held her passion for 50 years before she started expanding it or realizing a potential. So yeah, I mean, yeah. So those are the decisions. Those are your choices, and you have to make those choices. I mean, it's like this with the awareness.
And you have to have patience and a sense of humor.
Sense of humor is
very important.
Correct. So that could be an agreement, unwritten agreement between you and spouse. So the point is, with the awareness, you make the choices, and with the choices, you define who you become. So Harvard psychologist David McClellan, that people whom you associate on a daily basis becomes your reference group, are 95% responsible for your success and failure. So choose them carefully. So it's not about your spouse, it's about the people. We often bundle our association, but it's about, think about the reference point here. And the next is the value of pain. So the value of pain, maybe you're holding your potential till you find the right time for it to expand. Or the difficult events in your life are never fun, but you can learn and grow from painful experience. The photo that you're looking at is Sean Stephenson. He's one of the top motivational speaker in the world. And you would realize that when he was born with 64 fractured and fragile bones, fractured, and then also the fragile brittle bone. So the idea was, if he walks, if he stands up, his bone was becoming broken, fractured. So it was very brittle, and he wasn't. And doctor said he's going to die in up maximum up to 8 to 9 months or so. This guy somehow survived that. His parents was very confident, and the interesting thing is they continue to inspire and motivate him, and now he's one of the greatest speaker. And the other interesting thing, you'll be surprised if you search, he's married to a very beautiful lady. So I mean, the reason is not the beauty, his reason is he leveraged his pain to his advantage. Now if he now when he goes to motivational speaking, that's his story, which becomes a platform for other people to motivate. And the other another incident that comes to my mind is, I follow him and I attended his seminars. So the other incident is, he was about to attend a seminar, and he generally goes in nature with his dog. So one day he was going, he forgot to put a brake or something, and then there was a slope, downward slope, and his cyclist came down, and he fell down, and he again broke he had a multiple fracture, and he had a seminar 3 days back, and it was a lot of money because he charges you. So the point was, he had a choice. He made a choice to announce from the hospital bed, hey, this is what has happened to me, but if you stick with me, this is what are you going to get. And he mentioned that incident became another story for him to share to the world. So he says, every time I have a pain, I make a huge money out of it. I mean, another way to look into it, because that becomes your success story. Yeah. So another.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. I'm from HMR.
Yeah. Hi, HMR. Yeah.
So my question is that how to discover my hidden potentials, which I don't know.
That's an interesting point. See, first is you have to discover. No one can tell what potential you have. Okay. So, and how do you discover? It's by error and trial and error, which is you try something, and if you like it, and if you like doing it more of it, and if you can do it for a longer period of time, maybe that is your potential. So the idea is continue trying until you find one. And one word of caution, don't depend on others to tell you about your potential. If someone tells will discover a potential for you, he or she is lying. It's you who can determine what your potential is. Because I don't know what your potential is. I don't know, you can be, one of the fittest men 20 years from now. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Yeah. So the other thing that I wanted to say is, as she was saying, how to discover the potential, make why your favorite word, which is why you do what you do. If you like to do anything, why do you like to do that thing? So if you have, let's say if you ask this 5 times, maybe you get the answer why you do it, what you do it. And that may potentially become your potential. So become curious about yourself. Now, how do you expand it? So finally, we've talked enough about the potential. We've talked about what it takes, what are the attributes, etc. Now, the key thing is the 1% principle. So if you figure it out, let's say you want to be the best, or you want to be a better runner, or you want to be a better yoga teacher, or you want to be a better swimmer, driver, climber, whatever. Think about 1% rule. If you improve 1% every day, if you want to walk a 10 kilometer, can I do 100 meters today, 150 meters today? And then eventually you will realize that you are there in the 10 kilometer or whatever range that you wish to. Yeah. How much time do I have? Yeah. Okay. So the next point is power to decide. So everything happens with the decision. I mean, you've learned it, but if you take a decision from this moment to do something, is what is going to change the course of your destiny. Five minutes. So now there are 4 key things about decision making. Power to decide. We're talking about power to decide. I mean, someone said, I want to become a better decision maker. How can you become a better decision maker? By making more decisions, by making wrong decisions. When you make wrong decision, you learn how to make right decision. There's no magic bullet to it. And enjoy the process of making wrong decision. Enjoy the process of making decision.
Others won't enjoy if you make wrong decision.
Yeah.
Decision, don't postpone.
Yeah. Power to decide. There is a, that's why.
Whether it's a wrong or
Right.
Time will tell.
You don't know.
Yeah.
See, there is a saying that it's not about right or wrong decision. It's about good and great decision. Because right and wrong, you know it. I mean, you don't require a science to differentiate between what is right and what is wrong. But the challenge comes when you have to make a decision between good and great. So here's a small challenge to you. And this is about expanding potential. So 7 days, 7 new ways. So I'm just giving you an idea. You got to pick one day, one thing that you want to do it for the 7 days, maybe in 7 different ways. So I'm just giving you, these are the things that I practice. So news fast. So 3 years back, I stopped taking Times of India, and I don't take it. I take another business standard. I subscribe to a news feed. I don't do it now. I had a digital magazine I used to take. I don't take it now. So the idea is, to me, news is a distraction. I'm just giving an example. For you, it could be maybe meaningful, right? For me, it wasn't adding any value to me. So I said, okay, I'm going to do a news fast. I'm not going to watch a TV. I'm not going to read it. So there are 7 different ways. Sorry?
It's fasting, news fasting.
News fasting, yeah. News fasting. Yeah,
I got confused.
Not eating fast.
Fasting.
Fasting, yeah.
Breath.
Yeah, breath, yeah. The second could be, you could see you want to do a yoga or run for, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever works. I'm just giving an example. You got to pick what makes sense to you and execute that for 7 days and share the result with us. Anger fasting. Yeah, you're going to have more smile. There's a saying that the kids smile, I think, 60 to 70 times a day. 30-year-old smile 2 or 3 times a day. By the time you're 40, you forget how to smile.
Children smile averagely 100 times and
Yes.
Adults hardly 5 times.
5 times, yeah. Be compassionate. This could be another one. Be compassionate to someone you've ignored. Little act of kindness. So these are challenge to you. 5 a.m. club meaning we call it a club. That's how we popularize this concept, where we inspired people to get up at 5 and then run.
But in this area, it is 5 p.m. It's 5 p.m. club.
Yeah.
And you run from your office.
That's when you wake up.
5 p.m. you had for drinking.
See what a difference you have the power to make in your life. So if you do any of these things or anything of your choice for 7 days and see the difference. I mean, observe the difference that it made to your life and you love it. That's how, all the great habits are formed. You start slow, you get into a messy state, which is you struggle to continue, and then you enjoy the beauty of the outcome of that habit. The last is focus. If you want to expand your, it's like this. If you want to do more of, we always want to improve our external world, forgetting about that everything lies within us. And we don't work on our inner self. There's a beauty in it. That's why the world, the science, and everyone has written so much of literature into it. Why not experience it? Just do a nature walk. Just be compassionate. We know so much about the world, but do you know how many times do you breathe in a minute? Do you know how do we breathe? Do we know what are different lobes of the lungs we have? Do we know about ourselves? It's interesting, right?
How many times by the way we breathe?
Huh?
How many times?
So generally 20 times in a minute. And those are, like you say, shallow breathing. But if you do a deep breathing, wherein the way to test is just put your hand on the stomach. If it's moving, then you're breathing right. So first is breathing right. So if you're doing an abdominal breathing, and that's the way of your breathing, then you breathe approximately 7 to 8 times. And yogis, who live, like, they breathe 2 or 3 times, or maybe 1 breath a minute. They have a long breath. Sorry? Yeah, children. If you want to learn the breathing, look at the children, how they breathe. And you'll see, if you observe them during the night, they actually do an ujjayi breathing, which is breathing through the throat. Because there's many things that happens that's happening inside the body of kid. So if you become observant, you'll realize it.
Why does it slow down gradually? Because of our distractions.
Because we don't Yeah, I mean, it's like it's like our breath is associated with our emotions. And if you're stressful, you're doing, the very fast breathing. And when you do a fast breathing, there are 3 lobes to your lungs. So you're actually not reaching even to the first lobe. So I'm actually doing a breathing from my heart.
At the midnight while sleeping, do the breathing. वो क्या होता है? Snoring.
There is interesting thing.
वो क्यों होता है?
It is a medical issue. Usually, when we are concentrating on something, we find ourselves breathing so slow.
बहुत सारे लोगों को होता है snoring.
Yeah, but that's a sort of a medical thing.
Yeah, it's a medical. If it is not a medical issue, then it is more like an ujjayi breathing. If ujjayi breathing is you breathing through your throat, and so that's all I have for today. I know it was 3 sessions in a row. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll take last 2 questions from either this room or from anyone from any of the center. So do we have any question from any of the centers? No? Okay. Okay. So thank you so much. Hope you find it useful. And as we discuss, pick up an insight which you think is very relevant to you and see what is the smallest action you can take to realize it. Yeah. So clap for yourself. Okay. Thank you.
All the answers are there.
अगर उनको ब्रेक कर देंगे तो फिर
There is no session and let's conclude it and then break there.
Ramaji मेरे पास ही. This is the guy whose number we had, who's got the car for Pratyush. कल ये लेके जाएंगे इसे नंबर पे. Hello. हाँ जी. कितने देर में आ जाएगी दूसरी? अच्छा वो यहाँ पे अवेलेबल है. ठीक है मैं करा देती हूँ. इसके लिए ना या इस वाटर फ्लाइट मैं बोल रही थी मुझे गाड़ी दूसरी होगी ना तो मैं अपना ड्राइवर भेज सकती हूँ तो कर टेंशन I will tell somebody to come we will take time because he's got a flight at what time 4:30 was the flight but now it's delayed to 5 but okay no अनाउंस तो कर ही दें सबको है ना they're all connected है बस 5 मिनट बाद हम अपना वैलिडिटी सेशन कर देंगे I think it's another 5 minutes only है ना
So good afternoon, everyone, at all the connected centers. I think we will have a valedictory session. I think just within the next 5 minutes, we will start with the valedictory session. I think she's coming back. No? सबने बढ़ गया था तो valedictory form valuation के form में थोड़ी
This happens in centers as well, right?
हाँ, they all the centers will send it to us.
कितने में शुरू करें ना सही all of us got to be there now. Many Madam will join us.
नहीं, I am there only, sir.
अरे एक चेयर और
नहीं सर, I came only to sir.
अरे एक चेयर और आ जाइए. No, sir, come. Just take one. No, sir, I'm organizing. No, all of you एक चेयर और आ जाइए. It's okay. We'll have 5 chairs. उधर
मेरे ख्याल से
No, he expects. अनूप जी आप आइएगा इधर. हाँ, 5 ही लोग हैं क्योंकि उधर होंगे ना शर्मा जी तो उधर हैं. हाँ जी, ऑलरेडी दैट प्रोग्राम. आप आइए मैडम, आप कंटिन्यू करो कुछ ना कुछ.
बस अभी स्टार्ट ही करते हैं.
One of us has to be there on the
Yes. ऐसे ही हम थोड़ा सा स्टार्ट करते हैं, फिर उनको कनेक्ट करिएगा आप वन बाय वन, तो वी विल हैव द फीडबैक फ्रॉम देम. पूरा वहां तक नहीं आता है.
अच्छा ओके. या उधर ही क्यों नहीं, वहाँ जो भी बोलेंगे वहाँ जाकर बोलेंगे. ट्राई टू कवर द स्पीकर.
Okay. So, dear participants, once again, good afternoon to all of you. Now we come to the final and the concluding session of this 5-day training program. So, first of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Kamna Agarwal and her team for conducting this program very successfully, and I am sure you all must have been benefited from this program. And I think before I ask somebody to speak, we would like to have your feedback regarding this training program, because what we believe, whatever we do, I think we try to do our best, but then there is always a scope for improvement. So we would like to have your feedback regarding this training program for our for the improvement for our future training programs. So we will connect to various centers and you can give your suggestions for this program.
TTC Jodhpur.
So first, I would like to join with TTC Jodhpur.
Jodhpur. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us this opportunity. I would like to sum up the program schedule in different words. It's a rhyme like it started with some ice breaking, on to the goal setting, creative sessions on problem solving, lot of things on self-esteem developing, how to make your success counting. It ended on entrepreneur and leadership building. And a few takeaways from the keynote speakers are here. Contagious smile of Raja sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Lot of experience sharing from K. Sharma ji. And most valuable expert comments from Kamna ma'am. And for young buddies like us, fitness mantras from Alok sir. And last but not the least, that calmness from Pratyush sir.
Calmness from Pratyush.
So that's all from all of us. And though we interrupt you in between many times.
And we should not forget enthusiasm from
I think
PTC.
Mr.
Jodhpur.
I think they can see all of them.
Yeah, all of them should be. Consent.
Doesn't matter.
We are honored, sir. We are honored from your comments that we were a live wire in the whole session.
Yes.
Yeah. For active
Thank you so much.
And can we have the madam to? Can we have madam to come forward to speak because she was actively participating?
Yes, sir, she's coming.
Yes.
We're all appreciating that. Thank you to TTC Jodhpur. All right. Okay.
You have been appreciated in
Okay,
Thank you.
Let them,
So appreciate that.
Participants there.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure for us, seriously. It's been a pleasure, and we feel, we feel so connected with so many people. It's indeed a humbling experience. Thank you for appreciation, but for staying with us for 5 days.
And we would like to have an opportunity to come to Chandigarh also.
I know, right? Surely.
And ma'am, I would like to click a pic. Mr. Sharma sir is not there.
Sharma ji is actually just at the tail end of another program he's doing for MTech students.
I think students are flying over there, which full of energy there.
Yeah. They haven't let go of him yet.
We are privileged, ma'am. And would like to say thanks on the behalf of all the participants, TTC Jodhpur. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we hope to see you in person also.
Of course, ma'am. I also would like to see you. Of course. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, all of you. Thanks very much.
That's all from us, ma'am. That's all.
Sure.
I think we can connect to some other center now.
Greater Noida College of Technology.
Greater Noida.
Greater Noida College of Technology. Any comments, any suggestions for the training program? Your feedback is very important to us.
This is the Kalpana Chawla.
I think we are connected to Kalpana Chawla, Government Polytechnic.
I think they are busy with their cup of teas.
अब बोलेंगे अब उनको अपना फोटो दिखा देंगे स्क्रीन पे कर देंगे
अच्छा दिख रहा होगा ना
I think somebody is coming.
She's coming.
Okay.
Audio.
I think just mention to them that they are not audible. Maybe there's something with their speaker.
We are not able to hear you, Kalpana Chawla Polytechnic. Please come closer to the mic.
Am I audible?
Yes, now yes.
Yes.
Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, please continue, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I extend our sincere thanks to all the officials and all the coaches that have come throughout in this training program. We had a great and nice educating insights from Mr. K.S. Sharma, and he had put a right dose of activities to support his topic as well. And we had great career coaching and leadership advice from Mr. Raja Jayabhalan. And along with that, I would like to thank all the other coaches, Mrs. Kamna Agarwal and Pratyush Singh and the others if I'm missing someone. Thank you, ma'am.
इसके बाद HMR Institute of Technology.
HMR Delhi.
Good afternoon, HMR Institute. Yes, please introduce yourself. Please come closer to the mic. We are not able to hear you.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes. Please continue.
First of all, I thank Professor Rama Chabra, ma'am, the coordinator of this program, for allowing us as one of the remote centers.
That's all her inspiration.
Nowadays, life skill techniques are very important in everybody's life, as well as, and it is required for everyone to enhance their professional career as well as their personal life. During this session, personally, I learned many things, like how to identify my qualities, and as well as how I identify the qualities in others, and that identification increase the responsibility in that person and as well as the happiness. And also I learn how to set the goal and about the career learning and how to identify the leadership quality in you and all other and many things. I like the activities done by all the experts and we enjoy all the sessions. Thank you, ma'am. Though we are sitting in the remote center, still we enjoy fully.
Very nice.
And we got the opportunity to shout here since you can't hear us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And we are looking forward to participate in such program future.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Meerut Institute.
Now they're very happy.
They were very proactive.
Meerut Institute.
Okay, good afternoon, MIET.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sirs.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so myself, Anita Rawat from Meerut Institute of Engineering Technology, MIET Meerut. A few days back, ma'am, I just noticed that NITTR is organizing this training program. So I requested Dr. Abhilash Sharma, sir, to organize this for our center. In spite of his busy schedule, he agreed to, and he coordinated this life skill training program for all of us. We all are very happy to participate in this life skill training program. We are thankful to Dr. Abhilash Sharma, sir, who is the coordinator at MIET Meerut, then NITTR Chandigarh for giving us the opportunity, and all the coaches of Coach Grab Training Private Limited. It was really nice to hear all the coaches, and the inaugural session by Dr. Punia was very inspiring.
That's true.
वो एक उनका ऐसा लेक्चर था जो शायद हम में से जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं MIT में या और भी सेंटर्स में, उन्हें अपने टीचर के जो कर्तव्य हैं, उनकी ड्यूटीज हैं, उनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज हैं, उनको उन्होंने एकदम दिल तक झकझोर करके उनको हमेशा हमेशा याद दिलाने के लिए किया. उन्होंने ये किया कि टीचर्स जो है सिर्फ टीचर्स नहीं, उनको ट्रेनर, कोच और मेंटर का रोल करना है. स्टूडेंट्स को सिर्फ वो कछुए की चाल से स्कूल या कॉलेज नहीं पहुंचना है, उनको पूरी एनर्जी के साथ अपनी प्रोग्राम इस तरीके से होने चाहिए जैसे वो चीते की रफ्तार से वो क्लास की तरफ अट्रैक्ट हो, टीचर्स की तरफ अट्रैक्ट हो. And after that, all the sessions by different coaches, like different terms and exposure to like effectiveness, efficient, setting goals, planning for your goals, the burning desire to achieve your goals. These all were very remarkable. The description and evaluation, the different terms, the different usage, we would like to imbibe in ourselves and would like to see a change in our behavior so that students can also appreciate us.
Okay, thank you.
Number of other activities, other activities which the coaches have shown us on that screen, and we all participated here. We were like, we got information, we got different knowledges, and it was a time for us self-assessment. We think that we are perfect, but there are a lot of change need to be done. And all these things have been told by the different coaches, and we'd like to hear them again and again. Whatever we have learned, we'd like to imbibe in ourselves. Thank you all the coaches, and thank you NITTR Chandigarh.
One will be connected.
This is the Arya College. Arya College of Engineering.
Arya College. Arya College of Engineering. Which one is this? Which one is this? Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, Udaipur.
They were also very proactive.
We would like to have your feedback.
Are you listening, please?
Yes, yes.
Myself, Dr. Deepak Gupta, on behalf of everybody sitting over here, thanks all of you. We have been organizing these type of seminars, around 20 seminars from NITTR, but this is one of the best we had. This is the feedback of all of us. There is one incident. Yesterday, I had to take a lecture of few of the government teachers of 9th and 10th class who are teaching mathematics of our surrounding area for the program sponsored by Hindustan Zinc Limited. So I just used that 10-minute session of of K. Sharma Saab, in which he did some acting of seeing the watch going up to the door and so I did the same and took the same example, and it was liked and cherished by all the teachers. Because before the session they were saying since 8th तक government fail नहीं करती, इसलिए बच्चा 9th में अच्छा perform नहीं कर पाता, बहुत सारी बातें negative आ रही थी. Don't conclude. If he is not able to add, don't say तुम्हारी mathematics खराब है. Just say कि तुम add नहीं कर पाए, तुमने यहाँ पर mistake की, तुमने bottom का ये वाला rule follow नहीं किया. That's all. Don't conclude तुम्हारी mathematics खराब है, तुम खराब हो, कभी कुछ नहीं कर सकते. To all liked and all cherish this Sharma Saab lecture. Kamya ma'am lectures, Raja bhai lectures, and Pratush sir is to be appreciated by all of us. One thing we like to add: Vidya Bhavan is a institute made for people. It's a 85 years old institute having around 11-12 institutes. So here all us is in the opinion that we will talk to our management, and sometimes we can invite you all there in the Vidya Bhavan Udaipur, so we can take advantage of that. So we will proceed further for that. Last thing, we missed sheets. We missed sheets, so that's the feedback. If we could have got the mail before the session, next time, sometimes we could have participated really more. So that's all. Thank you by heart from all of us. And the attendance was highest in all the sessions. So thank you very much.
Good.
Thank you.
That's saying a lot. High attendance is really saying a lot.
Sit Jay Prakash Polytechnic.
SJP Damla.
SJP Damla. SJP Damla. Damla Polytechnic.
Yes, somebody has come.
Hello, good afternoon, Kalra sir. You know him?
Coordinator there.
Anji, good afternoon.
14, 16, 21.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. We are not able to hear you. Not able. Isn't the Amla Polytechnic connected?
He is speaking,
But we are not able to hear him.
Until then, दूसरा
दूसरा ले लो तो. The outreach really makes you feel वो वैसे हाँ कर तो रहे थे बट उनका कुछ कनेक्टिविटी प्रॉब्लम है ऑडियो में. कनेक्टेड सभी है ना.
कनेक्टेड तो सारे हैं.
गेट बेरामपुर.
They were also very.
Orissa.
They were also very. Berampur.
Orissa.
क्या है इंस्टीट्यूट का नाम क्या है? Gate. Is it Gate Berampur?
किसी और को देखिए.
यहाँ से कैसे पता लगेगा कि किसको कर सकते हैं?
Somebody is coming out.
Yes.
Professor Chatterjee is there.
Okay, good afternoon, Professor
United
Chatterjee.
Group of Institutions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Professor Chatterjee.
बैठे दो चार पूछ लो बता दो.
Good afternoon, sir.
सबके से मैडम.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rama. How are you?
भालो आज.
Hello.
इसमें राउटर है ना वाईफाई है. अच्छा देखो जी.
Hello. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Dr. Rama. How are you?
We would like to have your feedback about this program.
Yes, 25 participants from my institute participated in this course, and I would definitely say that it was a marvelous course. I do not know, I mean, so many things they have discussed. Especially, I would like to congratulate Mr. Alok Sood. That was a fantastic lecture you gave. And then Mr. Sharma, I don't see him here sitting.
He's busy in some other program.
वो कहाँ चले गए?
He's taking a session of 30 students, sir.
अच्छा. So, but the session what he took was very interesting, and all the sessions were interesting, and especially Mr. Sood and Mr. Sharma, and our participants also participated, and they also liked this situation. But the thing is, we were a little busy in some other activities also. So the attendance was not very thick in all the classes. But anyway, this was a wonderful experience, and congratulations to you and your team, Professor Saini, and of course my institute, NITTTR. But I can't see Dr. Punia Sahab. Kahan gaye wo?
Much closer to you now. Professor Punia has joined. Chairman.
Okay.
You'll have
so thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It was very nice to have this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Any other center connected with us?
Ambedkar Institute.
Kanpur?
Ambedkar Institute, Kanpur? Yeah, please, sir.
सूद का लेक्चर बहुत ही अच्छा था. ये है ना सर?
Yes, sir.
Ambedkar Institute.
Ambedkar Institute, Kanpur. They hear it? We would like to hear from you about the program. Are you hearing me, sir? Ambedkar Institute, Kanpur. Anybody will speak from your institute?
हम देहरादून से ले लेते
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. It's Government Polytechnic Dehradun.
Yes, ma'am. Government Polytechnic Dehradun.
Okay. We'd like to have your feedback. Please speak.
Ma'am, on behalf of our principal sir and all the HODs and respected members present here, ma'am, it was really a very good, not only theoretical but a good practical session. Now, I think we all here feel that we will now help the students, the weak students, to come out better and discuss about their problems and why the reason behind. We'll find out the reason behind their slow performance, and we'll be a good teachers in future.
Thank you. Any other center?
कल्पना चावला
हो गया clear?
कल्पना चावला
नहीं हुआ नहीं था ना उनका.
बात
They were
नहीं
not
हुआ.
connected with us.
बात हो गई थी.
There was some interruption. So I think there.
Is it Kalpana Chawla?
आधार कार्ड को व्हाट्सएप कर दें. हाँ नंबर कर देना.
Kalpana Chawla Polytechnic.
कैसे लास्ट के तो 8 याद है, रूटीन में है ना, स्टार्टिंग से याद देख लेना के साथ.
कल्पना चावला इंस्टीट्यूट. Any other? If not, what can we?
नंबर से फिर वो है उनका, वो कह रहे हैं अभी सेटिंग डाउन. पूछेगा क्या कहता है.
So to sum up, I will say I am very glad to hear from all of you that you enjoyed the program and you have been benefited a lot from this program. And but I would like to say that I think this program was very important. Every one of us, I believe, has some kind of life skills with us so as to meet the everyday challenges. So I think that seed was already there in all of you, and through this program we have given a little water, a little fertilizer to that seed so that it has come out in the form of a small plant. And I wish that with the practice of all those life skills, that plant will grow into form of a big tree, and your students as well as the society as a whole will enjoy the fruits of that tree. So with these words, once again, I thank all the participants for their very active participation in the training program. They have been very interactive throughout these sessions. And once again, I congratulate Dr. Kamna and
कुछ common instruction देनी.
Dr. Kamna ji and her team for successfully conducting this program. And I am also sorry that I couldn't be with you throughout this program due to some medical emergency in my family, though I wanted to be with you on all the sessions. So once again, I thank you all, and I would now request Dr. Chani to say a few words on this occasion.
Just a minute, एक ना JIM जयपुर.
चलिए connect कर दीजिएगा JIM जयपुर.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
He was very
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for remembering me, Raja sir. Thank you so much, sir. And
have a special bond.
sir, I'm taking this opportunity to thank all of you that it was very informative session from last 5 days, and pleasure to I can't express my words. So, and thank you, Alok sir, and I like your style when you are sitting and we are standing on podium. So I'm just copying that from right now. And thank you, Rama Chavda ma'am. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Any other center? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. I have a few things to share with you, and this has nothing much to do with academics as such. It's regarding the overall administration and what all follow-up you need to do with regard to this particular program. I have had the opportunity of conducting some online programs earlier, and once the program gets over, thereafter we are faced with a few problems. So I want to just tell you a few things, share my experience, earlier experiences, so that we don't get into the same kind of problems once again. So my request and a message to all course coordinator at 18 different centers in 6 different states, I would request all of you to kindly submit your attendance by Monday, the 23rd of January. Unless we get your attendance, we would not be in a position to get the certificate issued. And here I would like to clarify, in case a participant has attended course for less than 3 days, we won't do any certification for that. And anybody who has attended program for 3 days or 4 days or 5 days, so accordingly that duration is going to be mentioned in the certificate and you'll get your certificate. That's one. Secondly, the institute pays some amount of honorarium to local coordinator and local support staff. Many a time it so happens program gets over and the local coordinator and the principal over there, they don't submit the bill in time, and the program gets dragged for about a year or so. Sometime in exceptional cases, it gets dragged even for 2 years and all. So we don't want that thing to happen, and my request to all course coordinator is, next Monday, that's 23rd, please get 2 receipts made. One receipt for 2,500 rupees, that's honorarium for the local coordinator, and we have a provision of providing 1,500 rupees for secretarial assistance rendered at different center. So that 4,000 rupees, that amount can be utilized, and please submit the bills at the earliest. Then, you know, the quality of any program would improve, provided we keep on getting the constant feedback. We have had your immediate feedback, but that feedback has been provided either by the center coordinator or maybe one teacher from amongst all of you. We would request each one of you to kindly fill up the feedback form, and that feedback form, the complete bunch, whatever be the number of trainees at your center, so all those forms they need to be filled up and they need to be sent back to NITTTR Chandigarh. So please do so, so that based on your feedback, we can further improve upon the quality of the program. So that's important for us. And ladies and gentlemen, you know, in this program, we had this team of almost half a dozen coaches, very seasoned coaches, which included Madam Kamna Raj Agrawal, then Mr. S.K. Sharma, Alok Ji, Raja, Daya Balan, Pratyush, and of course, NITTTR former director, Dr. N.T. Punya, he also gave us inputs on the very first day. And we had all different kind of approaches in it. Experiential learning style was practiced. So I would request all of you to kindly look back, and when you fill up your form, do let us know where is it we lacked and how is it the future programs can be really improved upon. All of you are appreciating the program. We feel good about that. But my message to all of you is, you see what this team of 6 coaches has done is they have tried to give you a spark. You know what happens when we start a scooter, we give spark and then it starts, it keeps on running provided there's an energy in it, there's a fuel in it. So the team of coaches has given you a spark. Now if you want to keep this spark ignited, you got to further work upon it. So that's the message which I would like to leave with you. So keep on looking back what you did, particularly with regard to experience sharing, and what is it you were advised to do. So if you would do that, then you would definitely benefit. Otherwise, the knowledge which you have gained, it will soon fizzle out. So please don't get into that situation that whatever you learned that gets fizzled out, keeps on practicing it, and that's how ultimately it will get inbuilt in your personality. So ladies and gentlemen, all good things need to come to an end, and this program is no exception. Once again, I would like to thank all our seasoned coaches, particularly Madam Agrawal, Alok Ji, Raja Ji, and Mr. Sharma in his absence. So thanks to all of you, and we do look forward to having you with us in our future program. The program has been coordinated by my colleague Mrs. Chavda. She deserves sincere thanks, and of course thanks to all different heads of the institutions who have spared teachers for participation in this particular program. Thanks to all, principal, director, and above all the participants who tolerated us for about 5 full days. So thank you very much.
The certificates, participants and
we'll give the certificates.
Yes.
The Kamla give the certificates.
Yes.
Certificates are with certificates. Okay. Acha, okay. Can you take some pictures for us? So that if you want to say.